Exploring the Universe on My Spaceship After the Apocalypse. Volume 1, Sakuri Task, translated by Panda. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, the infinite expanse of the vast universe. While remembering this phrase from classical works of the Common Era, Kaido Crouch looked up at the alien civilization's creation before him. A spaceship, and a personal one at that. He wondered how much wealth would be needed to arrange something like this on Earth. But here, it wasn't that expensive. Being told that it was a relatively commonly attainable asset, he could only be amazed at the magnificence of the alien civilization that had picked him up. This ship didn't have a name yet. It had just been completed moments ago in this shipyard where human forms were barely visible. It wasn't that everything was automated, nor was it empty. Machine intelligences, indistinguishable from their surroundings, were constantly moving about. The hull was colored yellow and black. He hadn't been particularly particular about the coloring, but somehow it felt right. Calming his excited heart, he gazed at the ship where he would likely spend most of his future life. This ship, adjusted for him, along with his companion standing next to him, would be important friends coloring his life brilliantly from now on. Classification-wise, this was considered a small ship. It was designed to be operated by 1 to 3 people. The pilot seat was in front, living space in the back. Not only was it capable of combat operations, but it could also move at speeds approaching light speed and was even equipped with barriers to protect the hull from incoming obstacles. Talk about having everything you need. There was nothing like glass on the front, yet you could clearly see outside from within, quite impressive. The front was designed like a ship's bow. Master Kite. I've configured the living quarters design. That's helpful. The sides and rear were also smooth, with no visible components. It reminded him of the designs of outer space ships that had been rumored since ancient times. Not unlike those unidentified flying objects, as they were called. He dismissed this thought as coincidence. With their level of technology, it would be far too easy for them to visit Earth without being detected at all. Kaido was convinced, even from his relatively brief association with them, that they wouldn't make such amateur mistakes as to be discovered by Earthlings. You know, just looking at this shape, it doesn't seem like it could move. It's mysterious, isn't it? To think this will fly through space, looking like nothing more than a colorful object. After all, there were no visible propulsion parts or weapon-like components on the surface. The ship's propulsion mechanism and its method of supplying energy to the interior would have made the old Kaido laugh in derision. In a sense, it was powered by human will. A mysterious mechanism that could be moved just by thinking about it, by one's will alone. It could move faster than light and achieve movements that seemed to ignore the laws of physics. But now he couldn't laugh at it. After all, this was what he had wished for himself. Master, what would you like to do with this ship? Well, since I've been given this life, it might be interesting to travel around and see various parts of the galaxy. Kaido's Earth had perished. The cause was unknown. Kaido, who had been in space at the time, chose to head as far away as possible as the last Earthling, rather than return to an Earth society that was waiting only for collapse. And then he met the agents of the Federation, which held vast territory in the galaxy. They took a liking to him, and he obtained Federation citizenship. Now he had come to possess a ship with performance far beyond what Earth technology could have imagined. Still, a lot has happened, hasn't it? Indeed. From leaving Earth until today, it had been tumultuous days that would sound ridiculous to speak of. Kaido was remembering the days leading up to this moment, as if watching scenes from his life flash before his eyes. Chapter 1, I'm Not a Pithecanthropus. Verdict, Defendant Kaido Crouch is sentenced to exile. The duration of confinement is 7,000 days. The murmurs from behind, the judge's commanding voice demanding silence. A man shouting about injustice, the sound of something being struck. Kaido listened to it all with indifference, numbly accepting the sentence. Section. It had been a long time since the public's demands from politics had narrowed down to essentially how it could pamper them. In short, modern times could perhaps be described as an era where people have lost interest in anyone other than themselves. Civil wars and conflicts still break out here and there. A few years ago, a self-proclaimed revolutionary who attempted to overthrow the government through human trafficking was caught. A man once hailed as a national hero, after years of tyrannical rule, found himself on the receiving end of a coup. The trial resulted in him being exiled to the far reaches of space. If not mistaken correctly, it was a life sentence. Kaido Crouch was raised to become the symbol of a certain political faction. Exceptionally healthy, mentally and physically gifted in the most balanced way. The idea was that the most superior human should stand as the new leader to break through the modern politics of resigned complacency. He was one of the prototype leaders nurtured by a secret society with such ideals. He still doesn't know what criteria were used to select him, but he was sold by his family for a considerable sum at a young age and raised with some care within the society. After undergoing countless tests, the boy who was chosen as one of the two final candidates was eventually arrested by the authorities before he could stand as a leader. Well, at least I'm lucky I didn't get the death penalty. From Kaido's perspective, it just felt like he'd been sent to an over-the-top cram school and received a biased education. He was inwardly disgusted by their almost religious political ideology and didn't particularly recall accepting it. He never explicitly rejected it either, so if they said he was guilty of going along with the flow, he had no choice but to accept it. As the verdict was being read, he felt a sense of relief that he wouldn't have to take on the role of a leader, something he never really wanted in the first place. 7,000 days, that's a little over 19 years. He'd be nearly 40 by the time he was thrown back into society. He'd rather not think about that. Might as well double it, he mused as he half-listened to the judge. He suddenly remembered the conversation he'd had with the supreme leader before the trial began. A mere ordinary citizen, naive and raised by a secret society. He'd been quite surprised when the nation's representative came to meet someone like him. "Mr. Crouch, I'm sorry to burden a young man like you with this responsibility alone. Don't worry about it. It's a far better situation than being forced into a role I never wanted. It's strange. If not for this encounter, you might have been my successor. No, I shouldn't say more. Take care, Your Excellency. In the personal prison, where you'll be sent, I've arranged for you to live as comfortably as possible. Even as Supreme Leader, this is the extent of what I can do. I hope you'll forgive me." That's the best news I could hear. Thank you so much. Strangely enough, Kaido had grown closer to the Supreme Leader, the highest authority in the current administration, before and after the trial. The fact that Kaido's living conditions didn't deteriorate much between the verdict and his exile into space was largely due to the Supreme Leader's efforts. Meanwhile, the organization that raised Kaido seemed to be carrying on as usual, apparently searching for and nurturing the next leader candidate. It seemed that no rescue operation for him had been considered, or if it had, it was quickly dismissed. When Kaido heard this from none other than the Supreme Leader himself, he pitied those being manipulated. At the same time, he understood that his existence had been used as a vent for society's frustrations. Well, it's nice to know that even a good-for-nothing like me, who just studied and trained, could be of some use to the world, he thought with a hint of pride. Shortly after the verdict, Kaido was ejected into space along with his prison via the orbital elevator. It wasn't because he was special. All exiles followed the same fate. The personal prison was about the size of 2 rooms. The main living area had a bed for sleeping and some exercise equipment. There was a dining area, a waste disposal area, and a washing area, making it a total of 4 rooms, though the latter 2 were quite small. Thought criminal number 279,502. That was the new name given to Kaido Crouch. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Crouch. I am the warden who will manage your life here. I am here to ensure your mental and physical well-being in space, as well as to manage the life support systems in this prison. I advise against attempting to destroy me." A sphere about 30 centimeters in diameter. Its voice was feminine. Apparently, this would be his life partner from now on. In the end, he couldn't get his sentence doubled. So, it was set in stone that he'd be left to fend for himself in his late 30s. What to do? Once this greeting is over, Mr. Crouch will be referred to by your prisoner number. This is by design, so please bear with it. Prisoner number 279,502, let's make the coming period a fruitful one. For most who received this sentence, those words would have been a biting irony. But for Kaido, it was anything but. He was thoroughly exhausted from life on Earth. If being caught up in people's schemes and selfish ideologies was the alternative, being alone in space was exactly where he wanted to be. For now, he decided to focus solely on enjoying his solitary life without thinking too far ahead. True. Nice to meet you, Warden. Yes. Prisoner number 279,502, do you have any questions? Yeah. First, could you tell me about the prohibited actions here? There are several prohibitions. First, accessing information from Earth is generally forbidden. You may request information, which will be provided after censorship, but understand that activities like email exchanges are impossible. Got it. I probably won't make any requests, so don't worry about it. Is that so? Every prisoner so far has requested information from Earth. If you ever need it, please apply. Understood. What else? The warden listed the prohibitions in a very matter-of-fact manner. Hacking into the prison, entering the prison's control space, physically damaging the prison, and self-harm or suicide. When he asked if physically damaging the prison and suicide were the same thing, the warden explained the difference. Unfortunately, returning to Earth for medical reasons is also not permitted. For various illnesses, I am equipped with medical technology to handle them. I can also procure medicine from Earth, so understand that you cannot return to Earth for self-harm or attempted suicide. So, there was a senior prisoner who tried to return to Earth for treatment of self-harm. Correct. There were, however, some cases where one could return to Earth before the sentence was completed. One was accidental incidents, such as collisions with asteroids. The warden would handle destruction or evasive actions, but if they failed or the scale was too large to avoid, temporary return to Earth was permitted. The prohibition on hacking likely tied into this. That said, if there is a collision, you'd probably be dead before you could return. As he pondered this, the warden finished her explanation. That's all for now. For your mental stability, the tablet provided allows you to enjoy a certain range of entertainment. Additionally, model prisoners may have this range expanded, so please strive to behave as a model prisoner. Oh, that's good to hear. Based on prior applications, literary works from the classical period to recent publications have been pre-installed. For other publications, please apply separately. Warden. Yes. This must have been arranged by the Supreme Leader as well. What connected him and Kaido in the first place was their shared interests. With a sparkle in his eye, Kaido interrupted the warden. Can I get my hands on unpublished works? Non-commercial works, I can try searching, but I can't guarantee I'll find anything. If you have something in mind, please let me know. How about Moe Kakeno's Shinobi Blade? The work in question does not exist in the database. Would you like to request a network search? Of course. Please. Even before his arrest, Kaido had made it a hobby to dig up and read text data from the depths of the network, dating back to the Common Era. The Supreme Leader favored classical works published during the Common Era, but Kaido, being younger, had a taste for deeper, more obscure material. Even among works never published as books, several masterpieces from the Common Era were buried in underground network archives. Well, I won't be bored, that's for sure. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. The warden's voice, though mechanical, carried a hint of exasperation. Section. In a human lifetime, the amount of text one can read is, unfortunately, limited. There's not enough time to read every masterpiece in one's lifetime, and spending one's life solely on that is a luxury most cannot afford. Kaido, in his limited lifetime, had gained the right to spend his time reading without interference from anyone. He chose to view his life as a prisoner in a positive light. All right, exercise is over. Officer, please check on me. Yes, there's no decline in motor or physical functions. I'll consider today's schedule complete. Thank you, now then. Having finished his daily exercise, Kaido immediately turned his attention to his tablet. Meals, exercise, sleep, and reading, Kaido's life as a prisoner strictly adhered to this routine. According to the officer, he was a model prisoner. From Kaido's perspective, he was simply doing what he liked in the way he liked. If anything, he'd be troubled if his sentence were shortened because of it. Hey, officer. Yes. Does my sentence get shortened for being a model prisoner? No, those sentenced to exile are not eligible for sentence reduction. It might be disappointing, but... No, that's fine. By the way, officer, did the request I submitted to access underground works from the early 2000s get approved? Yes. The data should be transferred within 300 hours. Yes. Kaido clenched his fist in excitement. The officer muttered something about not understanding why he was so happy. While waiting for the data to arrive, Kaido busied himself by browsing the database for registered books. Section: 3 years had passed since his exile sentence began. For a typical prisoner, this would be around the time they'd undergo counseling once or twice, but Kaido was thoroughly enjoying his life as a prisoner. Until this day. I have a report, Mr. Crouch. Surprised to be called by name rather than by his number, Kaido turned to face the officer. It's rare to be called by name instead of a number. I'm here to inform you that your sentence has been terminated as of today. Could you elaborate? The termination of his sentence didn't sit well with him. It was already confirmed that those sentenced to exile were not eligible for amnesty. Even if they were, a sentence of over 10 years wouldn't be shortened so abruptly. Communications with Earth have been severed. That's the first I've heard of it. Mr. Crouch, you've never shown interest in what happens on Earth. Ouch. Yes, all communication with any viable nation-state has been lost, and the Earth's contaminated zones are rapidly expanding. We've concluded that human society has collapsed due to some factor. The explanation felt surreal. Kaito instinctively moved to the window overlooking Earth. The orbital elevator is broken. Yes. He couldn't remember the last time he'd looked down at Earth. For some reason, he could see that the orbital elevator extending from the surface had snapped. There were likely others beyond his field of vision, but they were probably in a similar state. I see, Kaido quietly understood. Human history has come to an end. Based on the above reasons, we've determined that Mr. Crouch's exile sentence has been completed. Officer 8979, as the superior in this prison, hereby relinquishes authority and designates Mr. Crouch as the new superior. Master Crouch, your orders. The officer's formal words echoed emptily in the now solitary prison. His sentence was over. It was an outcome he didn't desire, but it was the only reality. Section: having ended his sentence in a way he never expected, Kaido found himself at a loss. He had planned to spend his entire sentence immersed in reading. The books accumulated throughout human history were, thankfully, so vast that even if he picked and chose, he couldn't consume them all in a lifetime. But now, with Earth seemingly in ruins, there was no hope for replenishing food or water. The only saving grace was that, if not wasted, there was enough to last about half a year. Master Crouch, please provide guidance on our next steps. That's the thing, isn't it? The former officer's words were perfectly reasonable. Staying here would only lead to starvation. He glanced out the window. The broken orbital elevator and the Earth, now dotted with red and brown patches like insect bites. Had a final war broken out? Had a massive asteroid struck? Or was it Earth's judgment on humanity's selfishness? He didn't know the reason, nor did he care to find out. He couldn't bring himself to feel positive about returning to Earth, where civilization seemed to have collapsed. Even if civilization were intact, would he have wanted to go back? As he pondered, the former officer anticipated his thoughts and asked, "Returning to Earth is the option with the highest chance of survival, I suggest." That's true, but we also have to consider the possibility of surviving safely after returning to the surface. That depends on the state of civilization. Shall I connect to nearby satellites to confirm Earth's condition? It was an extremely rational proposal. Without knowing Earth's state, there was no basis for accepting or rejecting the suggestion. But strangely, Kaido wasn't keen on the idea. Perhaps he was afraid of being told that even in the best-case scenario, survival on Earth was unlikely. Without thinking, his response wasn't an answer to the officer's question. "Officer, does this prison have the capability to travel through space?" Just as Master Crouch is no longer prisoner number 279,502, I am no longer Officer 8979. To answer your question, we have enough fuel remaining to navigate through space. The fuel left in the prison was meant for returning to Earth after the sentence ended. There must have been other prisoners sentenced to exile like Kaido. What choices would they make? At the edge of the window's view, something seemed to be descending toward Earth. How far do you think I can go within my lifetime? Assuming Master Crouch's survival period, we could reach beyond Mars's orbit. While asking vaguely, Kaido confronted his own feelings. There was also the option of spending his remaining days here without a care, but that didn't appeal to him. Stay here or return to Earth. What came out of his mouth was neither. Somehow, he understood. For Kaido, the days spent here weren't a waste of life. Deep down, he had always felt that there would be a future where he returned to Earth and started a new life. But that imagined future had been taken away. That was why he couldn't bring himself to feel positive about returning. Didn't a ship meant for Mars colonization reach Mars's orbit? Yes, 86 years ago it failed to descend. There seems to have been an accident during the descent preparations. The crew was wiped out, according to records. It was around this time that global interest in space exploration to other planets waned. He remembered reading editorials during his time on Earth speculating that interest would revive in another 20 years, but that day never came. At best, a lunar station was built, but it ended up as just another vacation spot for the wealthy and powerful. Still, there was a precedent for reaching Mars's orbit. It might be a foolish choice, but this was likely the last journey for humanity in this civilization. He wanted to go as far as possible. The former officer made a whirring sound. It seemed he was running calculations. How far could we go if we pushed it? Mars's orbit is based on my safety, right? Without considering Master Crouch's safety, gathering materials for modifications from the surroundings, and accelerating as much as possible, we could reach Jupiter's orbit in about 6 months. Okay, let's do that. Why was it? The moment he casually said it, all other options fell away from Kaido's mind. He would go to the far reaches, as far as he could for as long as he lived. To confirm, you do not wish to return to Earth. We haven't even checked its condition yet. I do not wish to return to Earth. Whether it's still habitable or not, I choose to embark on this journey. Understood. I will respect Master Crouch's decision, and this vessel will aim to reach Jupiter's orbit. Even if they reached Jupiter's orbit, it wouldn't mean survival. No one would know he had ventured into the unknown. Those who remembered he'd been exiled to space might not even be alive on Earth. It was a highly improbable journey. A collision with an asteroid could kill him halfway. In the end, this was just a choice of how to die. Stay and die, return and die, or go and die. It was a barren choice, but Kaido felt strangely exhilarated. He had chosen it himself, his own path. Hey, this is getting fun. In the small world he could see around him, Kaido Crouch was freer than anyone else. Section. It took several days before departure. The former officer had to procure fuel for acceleration and perform minimal reinforcement of the ship's hull. Apparently, there were satellites with a decent amount of fuel left in Earth's vicinity. They attached to these derelict satellites, dismantled them, and expanded the ship's structure. The distance to Jupiter's orbit was approximately 600 million kilometers. The former officer explained that at a speed of 4 million kilometers per day, it would be a voyage of about 6 months. A collision with anything would mean the end. A malfunction would mean the end. Any other accident would mean the end. The chances of reaching Jupiter's orbit were far lower than the chances of dying along the way. By the time they were ready to leave Earth, the prison had taken on the semblance of a proper spacecraft. Seemingly, because Kaido couldn't see it for himself. Perhaps because it was originally a prison, there were no spacesuits for external work. There was a life support suit in case the prison was damaged, but it was little more than a token gesture. And while the exterior had been expanded, the interior remained as sparse as ever. The only thing that could be praised was that the view outside the window wasn't obstructed. Now then, Master Crouch, please give this ship a name. A name's huh. This was an unexpected mission. If you were going to bring it up before departure, I wish you'd mentioned it earlier. As I was pondering what to name it, the former prison officer added another task. While you're at it, could you also give me a name? Hi. I've already told you I'm no longer a prison officer, yet you keep calling me officer this, officer that. Please understand that we can't depart until you've named both the ship and me. You've got quite the sense of humor. That day, Kaido found himself facing his lack of naming sense for the very first time in his life. Section. Somehow, a dissatisfied atmosphere manages to convey itself, even if it's coming from a steel sphere with no expression. While Kaido gained this rather pointless insight, he waited for the other's response. Master Crouch, is this sarcasm directed at me, or did you seriously consider giving me this name? WL, I was serious, but… Emotion. You're giving that name to me, a machine intelligence. Oh, so it's that. I thought you were just unhappy with the ship's name. What are you talking about? That's actually a really good name. It succinctly expresses the purpose, and anyone who sees it will understand the intent. I was just praising your naming sense, Master Crouch. But what's with the disparity between that and my name? Huh. This was unexpected. I thought you'd be angry, thinking I was mocking the ship's name instead. Well, if you don't like it, that's fine. All right, I'll think of a new name then. Huh. I've heard that the one being named doesn't have the right to reject it. Well, if you don't like it, I'll just come up with something else. If you don't like it, I'll just rethink it. Simple as that, but it seems she wasn't happy with that either, as she started making a whirring sound. Master Crouch, you didn't have any particularly negative intentions when naming me, did you? Of course not. I came up with that name desperately, based on my gratitude and the image I have of you. Then I'll accept this name. Hi. I can't predict that the next name will be any better. Can't argue with that. Anyway, it seems the former prison officer has accepted the new name. She doesn't seem entirely satisfied, but there's no need to bring it up again. It's probably better for both our mental health. With the name decided, there wasn't much time left before departure. Kaido decided to make his own request while he was at it. Ah, right. From now on, I'd like you to call me Kaido. Oh, and why is that? With the Earth surface destroyed, there's no need to use my family name anymore. I want to set out as just Kaido, no attachments. Understood. Then from now on, I'll call you Master Kaido. Thank you. There was a shift in the ship's posture. Looking out the window, it was clear. The Earth was no longer visible. Kaido sat in the central chair, fastened his seatbelt, and leaned back. Master Kaido, the goodbye Earth is now departing. Take care, emotion. As he listened to the mechanical countdown, Kaido felt an odd exhilaration, wondering how far his life would carry him from Earth. It wasn't worry or anxiety. He was excited. If possible, he wanted to go where no one had ever been before. No one to judge. No one to criticize. No one to know. A journey of pure self-indulgence, humanity's final voyage. Departure. He had no idea it wouldn't be his final journey. Section, Master Kaido. We've just passed Jupiter's orbit. Got it. Congratulations. You've been recorded as the first civilian in human history to cross Jupiter's orbit. Thanks, there's a good chance I'll also be the last. In the not-too-large iron coffin, Kaito responded absent-mindedly to Emotion's report. His eyes were fixed on the tablet in his hands. After finishing his daily training and meals, he indulged in his hobby of reading. Emotion, could you bring up Usrael's new wave next? Again, my memory contains works from all eras. You don't have to stick to just the classics from the Common Era. Masterpieces are worth reading over and over. Usrael's works, Terry Eight's Lost Eid, they're always fresh and moving. Emotion didn't respond much. They'd had this conversation before, and it was old news by now. By the way, Emotion. Yes. How much food, water, and oxygen do we have left? It's hard to say, but based on your consumption rate, we have about 40 days' worth of food and water left. Should we reduce consumption to extend our lifespan? Nah, no need. What about oxygen? The recycling system is functioning normally. It should last over 40 days barring any accidents. I see. He let out a yawn. The last time he saw Earth, it was fading. The vibrant colors he'd seen when ascending into space were gradually being overtaken by reds and browns. It was a transformation that made the explanation of its destruction all too believable. This one-way ticket space journey would forcibly come to an end in about a month. Well, I've achieved my immediate goal, so I guess I can say I have no regrets. When I die, as a specimen of Earthling, whoa. A sudden, tremendous shock hit his entire body. He crashed into the wall along with Emotion. It hurt. What's going on? Asteroid collision. The ship has sustained moderate damage. Stabilizing the ship is the top priority. Please remain still. I see. So my final moments are going to be as cosmic debris in Jupiter's orbit. Guess the luck I've had so far is finally catching up to me. He thought he'd already accepted his fate. Yet, for some reason, he felt an odd exhilaration. Once the spinning stopped, Kaido activated the external camera for the first time in a long while. He wanted to imprint the scenery of where he'd arrived at the end of his life. What's that? He couldn't help but let out a cry at the sight on the monitor. Emotion. What is it? I'm busy right now. I haven't been given any explanation about the structure on the other side of the external camera. Moreover, the ship seemed to be approaching it. It was a massive structure. From this distance, its full form couldn't be discerned. It might be as large as a small planet. The lights leaking from various parts of it resembled the night lights of Earth seen from space. Kaido felt a stronger sense of nostalgia than he'd expected. What are you talking about? The sensors aren't showing anything unusual. So this is a hallucination then. They say you see all sorts of visions when you're near death. What's on the other side of this monitor must be an illusion created by my brain. A hallucination of a place to return to, born from the depths of his subconscious. The nostalgia he felt was too fitting. From within emotion, there was an unusual sound of circuits moving. Kaido braced himself for a strong mental warning from emotion. But I'm shocked. The main camera is indeed showing a massive structure. Is it masking our sensors at that size, or are the sensors malfunctioning? What? Emotion's electronic voice took on a tone of confusion. The whirring sound coming from her must be her way of processing the reality before her. Kaido found himself oddly amused. Does this count as another first for a civilian emotion? His hair, which he hadn't cut since being imprisoned, now reached his waist. He unconsciously gathered it in his hand as he raised his voice. I'd appreciate it if I could avoid being eaten alive, or having eggs laid inside me though. You've been watching too many classic movies, Master Kaido. Emotion, still processing, responded with a dull edge. I'd have preferred not to have such a high difficulty choice at the end of my life. To die, to live, or to become a prisoner of aliens. Kaido's brain couldn't decide which was the correct answer for an Earthling. Chapter 2. Hello, extraterrestrial intelligence. Near Jupiter's orbit, the Goodbye Earth encountered a massive structure. Drawn toward it, the ship continued its approach. Amidst this, emotion, the ship's AI, seemed to be handling the situation as the warning alarms temporarily ceased. Kaido's mind calmed down as a result. At the same time, he realized he was being forced to make a decision. What should we do, Master Kaido? Do what? Well, should we continue toward that structure or try to escape? If they were to be taken into the structure, there was no guarantee that whoever awaited them would be friendly. For all they knew, the beings inside might not even share the same values as Earthlings. On the other hand, escaping wouldn't guarantee survival either. The ship was already heavily damaged. While Kaido hesitated, the countdown to their demise continued. In Kaido's mind, the decision was already made. Let's go. Are you sure? If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well do everything I can. Can you add the information that, as far as is officially known, that I'm the first Earthling to make contact with extraterrestrial intelligence, will you? Of course. The ship gradually slowed as it approached the structure. Just as Kaido thought emotion was reducing their speed, a whirring sound echoed through the cabin. Master Kaido, the ship's controls have been taken over. It seems escaping was never an option. My apologies. It's fine. Guess this was our destination after all. Kaido had no idea where this structure came from, but it was clear that whoever built it was far more advanced than Earthlings who had barely made it to Jupiter's orbit. The encounter was inevitable. If that was the case, he might as well make the most of it. He headed to the locker and retrieved his life support suit. So, what kind of creature am I going to meet? You've watched too many classic movies. Emotion quipped, though the remark lacked its usual sharpness. Section, drawn in, the Goodbye Earth was naturally welcomed into the interior of the massive structure. It seemed this structure was a gigantic spacecraft. Emotion had already severed its link with the Goodbye Earth, and someone inside this structure was now controlling the ship. Suddenly, emotion fell to the ground. Kaido felt a heavy load on his body. It was gravity, but the weight felt oddly nostalgic. That said, it wasn't as unbearable as he'd heard. Maybe it was the result of his daily exercise, or perhaps the gravity here wasn't as strong as Earth's. Emotion made a whirring sound. Kaido picked it up and connected it to the gravity control unit installed on the wall of the main room. Thank you, Master Kaido. You're welcome, so there's gravity here, huh? The gravity control unit activated, and emotion floated up gently. The ship continued to move automatically. The fact that they were now under gravity's influence suggested their destination was near. Master Kaido doesn't seem too anxious. Vital signs are normal. At this point, curiosity wins out. It doesn't seem like they're going to kill us without a word. What makes you think that? If they wanted to kill us, they'd have done it already. Perhaps, though we might be taken as Earthling specimens for study. Even as he said it, Kaido doubted that was the case. A civilization capable of building such a massive structure clearly had superior technology and resources. There was no need to go out of their way to bring Kaido inside. Or perhaps they were the ones who caused Earth civilization to collapse. If that were the case, Kaido wanted to ask them why, purely out of intellectual curiosity. Emotion, seemingly exasperated by Kaido's optimism, remained silent, only emitting a soft whirring sound. It was a machine intelligence with a surprisingly expressive range. Section. The ship came to a stop. Without hesitation, Kaido opened the exit door. He was already wearing his life support suit, so he figured it would hold for a while. It would be a mistake to underestimate the curiosity and drive of an Earthling who had already let go of their attachment to life. Emotion analyzed the air composition outside and advised, "Don't take off your suit." Clearly, the environment wasn't suitable for Earthling survival. Kaido stepped out of the Goodbye Earth and onto a light blue floor. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all different colors, perhaps for some specific purpose. Looking back, he saw the Goodbye Earth for the first time from the outside. It was a patchwork mess, and a shiver ran down his spine at the thought of how it had held together this long. "Hello, extraterrestrial beings," Kaido said, turning on his external microphone. After a brief silence, a voice came from seemingly nowhere. "Hello, Earthling." The Earth language was surprisingly fluent. Kaido wasn't too surprised. He had already dismissed some of his earlier assumptions about why they were here. At the very least, it was clear they had observed Earth civilization enough to respond to his greeting. "We've prepared a space with an air composition suitable for Earthling survival. We'll open the passageway. Please proceed." "Thank you." Without a sound, a section of the wall opened. It didn't look like a door, and Kaido couldn't figure out how it worked. With no reason to resist, Kaido walked through the opened passageway. Emotion followed slightly behind. The ceiling was white, and the walls emitted a faint green glow. As he walked, Kaido noticed the lack of seams in the passageway, which struck him as odd. "Emotion, anything unusual?" "Nothing in particular. The air composition hasn't changed." "Got it." He continued walking down the slightly curved passageway. Occasionally, mechanical sounds could be heard from beyond the walls. After walking for a while, he finally reached a wall. As he stopped, he heard a whoosh of air behind him. Turning around, he saw that the way back had been sealed. "Emotion. Our position coordinates have shifted slightly. It's not that the door closed, but rather that our location has moved." Ahem. Kaido hadn't felt the floor move. This must be a demonstration of their technology. Then, Emotion made a whirring sound. "The air composition in this area has changed. I don't see any vents, though." It seemed puzzled. If Emotion couldn't figure it out, Kaido certainly couldn't. He waited for something to happen, and suddenly the wall in front of him slid to the right, revealing another passageway. At the end was what appeared to be a door. That must be their destination. As he approached, the door opened silently, splitting in half vertically. "Welcome, brave or perhaps reckless traveler. You are the first Earthling to actively make contact with us. Hello, extraterrestrial beings. I'm Kaido Crouch from Earth. This is my partner, Emotion." "Hello." Seated in the center of the room was a bipedal figure. Compared to an Earthling, it had much more body hair, but its appearance was surprisingly human-like. Its facial features were similar to a human's, but its entire body, including its face, was covered in fur. The reality of encountering an alien civilization hit Kaido, and he couldn't help but gasp. Emotion spoke up. "It's safe to remove your suit in this space." Kaido took off his helmet. Even if their cultures were different, it was only polite to show his face to someone who was doing the same. "Thank you for your polite greeting. May I call you Mr. Kaito?" "Of course, how should I address you?" "My apologies, you may call me Ritmeal." "Understood, Ritmeal. The name felt slightly awkward to pronounce. Perhaps it was some kind of translation software. Ritmeal, a bit on the hairy side, made an expression that resembled a smile and gestured for Kaido to sit. The chair seemed to grow directly out of the floor. Kaido sat down, but wasn't restrained in any way. Emotion positioned itself slightly behind him, so Kaido pulled it onto his lap. "We've been observing your kind for quite some time." "I see, you brought my ship here to study us then." "Yes. We also considered this our last opportunity." Last opportunity. If they had been observing Earth, they must have known about the collapse of its civilization. From Ritmeal's words, it seemed no one else had made the same choice as Kaido. So, no one else tried to leave Earth. Correct. Of the 186 individuals residing in the planet's outer regions, 142 returned to the surface, 25 remained where they were, and 18 took their own lives. Given the passage of time, it's unlikely the remaining 25 could reach this location. I see. Kaido felt no particular emotion about this. Most of those in space were either staff stationed on space stations or criminals exiled as punishment. While some, like Kaido, were exiled as a form of societal pressure relief, the majority were serious criminals. Kaido hadn't paid much attention to them, but the fact that most had returned to the surface suggested Earth's collapse wasn't as catastrophic as it seemed. What intrigued Kaido more was Ritmeal's mention of a last opportunity. "You said this was your last opportunity. What did you mean by that?" "Yes, this was the final opportunity to welcome the members of Earthling." We are, let's see, what you would call a federation. The staff of this artificial celestial body, and I had planned to reveal our existence and propose joining the federation once you had reached this distance from your home planet. So, even if I had gone in a different direction, I would have been welcomed as one of your companions. Yes. At this distance, it wouldn't take much time to reach you. Does that mean meeting you all wasn't just luck or coincidence? That's correct. Even if Mr. Kaido had been heading in the opposite direction across the star, I would have conducted this initial interview with you. At least in terms of technology, it was clear that they were far more advanced than us. Kaido thought he understood that, but he hadn't fully grasped the scale of it. Questions kept arising one after another, but it might be rude to keep asking too many. Kaido decided to limit his remaining questions to 3 and asked Ritmeal. "Miss Ritmeal, I apologize for asking so many questions, so from here on, I'll only ask 3. Was there a reason you were the one for this initial interview?" "Yes. Based on our experience, it's easier to gain understanding and empathy when the first encounter is with someone who looks similar to oneself." "I see. Our federation consists of about 2,600 intelligent species. More than half of them are species with developed forelimb functions, so I don't think the Earthlings will feel too out of place." Species with developed forelimb functions. In other words, hands. Kaido couldn't help but stare at his own hands. The reasoning that similar appearances foster empathy made sense. If the first encounter had been with something like a tentacled monster from classic sci-fi, would the conversation have gone as smoothly? He was curious about what other kinds of species existed, but he decided to prioritize his remaining questions. Next question. You mentioned that you were observing us. What was the reason for that? There are several reasons, but some of them cannot be disclosed to Mr. Kaido at this time. Please forgive me. I see. If you can tell me later, that's fine. Ritmeal didn't change her expression. If he pushed for disclosure, she might look troubled, but Kaido didn't want to cause her any trouble. He moved on to the next question. This would be the last one for now. Then, the final question I can think of is this. Given the current state of Earth, doesn't it lack the value you're seeking? No, we are completely free from resource and environmental issues. We don't need your planet for resources or the environment. However, we have observed a significant decline in your civilization. If Mr. Kaido hadn't reached here, we would have stopped observing and returned to the Federation. So, until we rebuild a civilization capable of venturing into space again, we won't be of interest to you. Is that correct? That understanding is both correct and incorrect. Explaining the reason is difficult at this time. I see. Kaido didn't press further, as he didn't represent Earth's humanity. He also didn't feel the need to rush for information. Besides, Ritmeal said, at this time. She implied that explanations would come once conditions were met. So, answers to these questions would eventually be provided. It was just Kaido's curiosity, after all. Having finished his questions, it was now his turn to listen. Perhaps understanding that he was ready to listen, Ritmil spoke. Mr. Kaido, do you wish to obtain citizenship in the Federation? The question was asked lightly. Section. If I wish, I can get citizenship. Yes, Mr. Kaido meets the conditions for obtaining the Federation's Enekrajif. Kaido didn't understand the term. Ritmil's pronunciation had changed, so it must have been an untranslatable word. From the context, it seemed to be a type of citizenship. Enekrajif. That's correct. It grants you the right to be elected as a member of the Federation Council and the right to synchronize your biometric data with the central repository indefinitely and without restriction. He didn't understand the synchronization of biometric data, but he understood the right to be elected. That seems like quite a high-level right. Yes, it's the third highest out of 14 levels of rights. Since we began observing, there has been no political entity on Earth, Mr. Kaido's home planet, with the political intelligence to join the Federation. In this case, Mr. Kaido, as the first to actively contact the Federation, will be treated as Earth's representative. Well, Kaido was slightly concerned about Earth's current state. He hadn't expected Ritmil to criticize Earth's nations. However, since Earth's civilization and environment had collapsed, the criticism might be justified. Kaido himself had essentially abandoned Earth. Being treated as Earth's representative after being picked up by an alien civilization was somewhat ironic. Mr. Kaido's thought patterns are being observed in real time. Your intelligence and rationality sufficiently meet the conditions for becoming a Federation citizen. Incidentally, I was imprisoned on Earth as a thought criminal. Is that so? If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me the circumstances? Emotion, are my trial records preserved? They are preserved. Shall I submit them to Miss Ritmil? That's the plan, but it might result in restrictions on Master Kaido's rights. I cannot agree to that. Unusually, emotion clearly expressed opposition. It was an analysis that would lead to the Master's disadvantage, but Kaido's judgment was different. Above all, what's needed here now is honesty, emotion. I value the risk of refusing to provide information more than the disadvantage that might arise from submitting it. Understood. With a squeaking sound, probably a silent protest, emotion addressed Ritmil. I will submit the data. To whom and how should I transfer it? Section, what is this? This is a miscarriage of justice. When anger is expressed, Ritmil's body hair stands on end. Kaido gained this insight, but he doubted it would be useful in his future life. The information submission was done through a projected video. It seemed that some of Earth's technology had been absorbed, as the trial records were shared with them without much delay. Well, that's why I was exiled beyond the atmosphere. If it hadn't happened, I wouldn't have met you all, so in a way, it might have been fortunate. Gamma Hadig, you shouldn't call being forced into a solitary life fortunate. An untranslated word appeared. It must have been slang from their culture. No, it was more comfortable than living on the ground. After all, no one could exploit me in any way. I'll take that as confirmation that there are no issues with Mr. Kaido's personality. Let's get back on topic. Ritmil's body hair returned to normal. She seemed to have regained some composure. Citizenship. What they offered was a higher level of citizenship than he had expected. With great rights come great responsibilities. Kaido felt a slight weight on his shoulders. To confirm, do you wish to obtain Federation citizenship? Before that, could you explain the rights and obligations of a Federation citizen? Ah, yes. I'm not entirely calm yet. Ritmil fiddled with the hair on her hand. From her behavior, it was somewhat reassuring to know that she had emotions like anyone else. No matter how advanced a civilization is, it's comforting to know there are people with similar feelings. The rights and obligations were projected into the air. They were in Earth's language. There are fewer rights and obligations than I expected. No need to work. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we have completely resolved resource and environmental issues. Work and asset accumulation are often done to obtain higher citizenship or purchase restricted entertainment. Restricted entertainment includes planetary habitation, among other things. Since they have artificial celestial bodies in space, such things must fall under the category of entertainment. The basic principles of a Federation citizen's obligations are understanding and respect for personal preferences and cultural ethnicity, and not hindering others' rights as much as possible. Even acts of violence against others are tolerated if they are recognized as part of a culture or ethnicity. However, for cultures that may hinder others' rights, special zones are prepared to respect those cultures. Regarding violence, defensive actions are permitted even outside these zones. For example, if family members are unjustly killed outside a special zone, some might want to seek revenge. Our biometric data, including memories, are stored in the central repository. If life activities cease due to unjust violence or accidents, the information is transferred from the central repository to regenerate us. In our society, the concept of revenge is unlikely to arise. This surprised Kaido. Their lives have backups. Ritmeal seemed somewhat pleased by his surprise. Perhaps he had been too quick to accept the situation. The synchronization of biological data is conducted regularly. The frequency varies depending on the citizenship level, but for us, even death is a right that can be exercised selectively. From what she said, it seems that the lower your citizenship rank, the fewer opportunities you have to synchronize your biological data. Based on Kaido's understanding, lower ranks mean that when you're revived, there's a higher chance of memory loss. The higher your citizenship, the more frequent the synchronization, likely because you're more likely to retain important information. To add to your earlier question, those who commit acts of violence outside designated zones are registered as criminals. Punishments for criminals include being disconnected from the central management system or having their registered biological data erased. That's a terrifying punishment for a Federation citizen. For Kaido, death meant the end, but in a society where life backups are the norm, the idea of not being able to be revived must be the ultimate fear. While there are fewer obligations, there are also significantly fewer rights. In summary, it's the right to act however you please as long as you don't unjustly infringe on the rights of other Federation citizens. It seems that as civilization advances, both rights and obligations become much simpler. So, even if I become a Federation citizen, what I do is mostly up to my free will. Exactly. If you have any uncommon preferences, you'll need to exercise them in designated zones. I don't think I have anything like that, but since Federation norms might differ from ours, I can't say for sure. At Kaido's words, Ritmeal's fur bristled slightly. Amusement, perhaps. There doesn't seem to be any reason to refuse citizenship. Kaido not childish enough to ask what would happen if he declined. Then, once again, Mr. Kaido, do you wish to obtain Federation citizenship? Yes, absolutely. Thank you, the Federation welcomes you. The confirmation ended rather smoothly. Personally, Kaido feel like he'll get along quite well with them. Ritmeal, looking relieved, shook her fur lightly and spoke cheerfully. First, we'll need to modify your body. Section, Kaido was left speechless by Ritmeal's words. Did she just say modify? Modify. Yes. I'll take you to the adjustment room now. Modify. Ritmeal didn't seem to think it was anything unusual. Without waiting for Kaido's confirmation, she raised her hand, and a different wall from the one they'd entered through slid open. Come this way. Yes. As Kaido hesitated over how to respond, Ritmeal was already walking toward the wall. Following her lead, he trailed behind. The hallway was similar to the one they'd walked through earlier, slightly curving to the right. Looking back, he noticed the way to the previous room had already been sealed. Emotion followed behind, making a whirring sound. She seemed equally wary of the word modify. Feeling uneasy in the silence, Kaido decided to strike up a conversation with Ritmeal to gather more information. This is a strange hallway. Yes, the interior of this structure changes according to its purpose. The interview room we were in earlier was created when you arrived here. The structure changes, so this hallway doesn't normally exist. As Kaido looked around curiously, Ritmeal, perhaps amused, continued while shaking her fur. Inside this structure, only the residential quarters, transfer rooms, and control rooms are fixed. Residential quarters, you say? We'll create your personal quarters later. I'll also introduce you to the staff here. They all seem very interested in you. Transfer rooms, control rooms. The adjustment room wasn't mentioned earlier, so it must have been created specifically for Kaido. They seem to think modifying Kaido's body is necessary, and perhaps it's not out of malice. From the way Ritmeal speaks, it's hard to tell if alien emotions manifest the same way as Earthlings. While some of Kaido's worries were eased, the tension remained. Here we are. At Ritmeal's cheerful voice, the wall slid open. Beyond it was an incredibly vast space. It didn't match the image of an adjustment room. It was more like a large-scale machinery factory in terms of size and height. Hey, nice to meet you, Earthling. We welcome you. A massive piece of machinery, easily 3 meters tall. The voice came from it. It moved smoothly toward them, raising one of its arms in greeting. Section. The machinery introduced itself as Dilgener. It was a machine intelligence with Federation citizenship. In other words, it was similar to emotion. The idea of machine intelligence having citizenship felt oddly advanced. Emotion might also be welcomed as a Federation citizen, just like Kaido. Now, here's the modification catalog. This one's for genetic manipulation, this is mechanization, and here's the less popular hybrid type. And this, well, it's here because the rules require it. Dilgener projected several catalogs into the air, so modifications seemed to be a common practice for them. As Kaido was processing this, Ritmeal spoke up. Dilgener. Mr. Kaido comes from a planet with different norms than ours. Showing him the catalog first isn't the best approach. Oh right, my bad, I'm a bit impulsive. An impulsive machine intelligence, huh? And Mr. Ritmeal, if you're capable of such consideration, maybe you could have explained the necessity of modifications first. Kaido cautiously decided to ask Ritmeal. Why exactly do I need to be modified? Hi. Ritmeal looked genuinely confused. Meanwhile, Dilgener let out a puff of steam from its exhaust port, sounding amused. Ritmeal, you didn't explain it to him, did you? Hi. Our norms don't apply to him, right? You need to explain why we modify bodies, or he'll be anxious. In fact, my sensors are detecting tension in his muscles and nerves. Ritmeal turned to look at Kaido. Her fur turned a uniform pink. My apologies. Shame or panic? Ritmeal's fur was more expressive than her tone or facial expressions. Adding this likely useless insight to his mental notes, Kaido decided to wait for their explanation. Section, I see, that makes sense. The explanations from Ritmeal and Dilgener were convincing, and when you think about it, it's obvious. I didn't realize it earlier, but you're right. I can't survive without modifications. Species born on different planets naturally require different atmospheric compositions to survive. Some might not even need to breathe, but Kaido does, and right now, they've prepared an atmosphere suitable for Earthlings. Not just the air, but the temperature too. They can't change the atmosphere in every habitable zone just for him. As a Federation citizen, Kaido must undergo the necessary physical modifications. Moreover, Dilgener added, thanks to advancements in transfer technology, long-distance travel now takes much less time. But before that, travel duration was a major issue. Some species would exhaust their entire lifespan during a single journey. Back then, we solved the problem by registering biological data and modifying bodies to extend lifespans. I see. If everyone's lifespan is extended, the duration of travel becomes less of an issue, no matter how long it takes. But that's a thing of the past. With the development of transfer technology, travel no longer takes much time, but the modifications to extend lifespans continue. There's no reason to shorten lifespans after all. True enough. For now, Kaido decided to accept their goodwill and went through the catalogs. He was grateful they used Earth's language for the text. Some of the options were understandable, while others were completely beyond his comprehension. I recommend full mechanization. It significantly increases survival rates in extreme environments, offers access to a wide range of weaponry, and most importantly, it looks cool. Dilgener's pitch was undeniably appealing to Kaido's inner child. But Ritmeal scoffed, if that's the right term for it. Why is it that mechanical intelligence always pushes so hard for mechanization? Be careful, Mr. Kaido. Complete mechanization isn't popular among the citizens of the Federation either. What's popular are genetic modifications and the implantation of nanomachines. Both require less frequent maintenance, which is a good thing, isn't it? Why is it that beings born of flesh always settle for these half-hearted modifications. It's truly not rational. Given the necessity of regular maintenance, it's obvious that durability and versatility are more desirable. Of course, it's not just mechanization that leads to mental instability after modification, requiring personality maintenance at the central station. Since you can't completely eliminate the risks, it's your side that's being irrational. What are you talking about? With biological data fully stored at the central station, the risk is considered eliminated based on past precedents. If you want to talk about risks, nanomachines have rejection issues. As the two argued, Kaido carefully read through each catalog. He wanted to go through the precautions thoroughly. Personally, he wasn't keen on frequent maintenance. He knew it was selfish, but he didn't want to rely on others too much. The time he'd spent so far had been incredibly free. The small dream that Kaido had kindled in his own heart. Perhaps it was something he could pursue by living as a citizen of the Federation. Suddenly, one of the catalogs caught his eye. It was one that Dilgener had presented with a rather disinterested expression. Kaido read through it carefully, nodding several times. This modification plan was exactly to his liking. "Excuse me, is there something wrong with this catalog?" When he asked the two who had been arguing, they turned their gazes toward him. Dilgener turned his camera eye, and Ritmeal made an indescribable expression, while Dilgener made an exaggerated arm movement that was hard to miss. Apparently, this catalog was clearly amiss for them. "Out of goodwill, I think you should reconsider, mister." Yes, for once, I agree with Dilgener. So at least, they should explain the reason properly. Kaido Crouch's hobby was appreciating art from Earth's Gregorian era, classical art, in other words. Though classical covers a broad range, his preference was for works from around the year 2000, when the internet had become widespread. Regardless of the medium, film, literature, comics, he enjoyed these works, especially during his time in space, whenever he had the time. According to Emotion, he should take an interest in more recent literary and artistic works. But the style of the Gregorian era just suited him. What could he do? And for Kaido, with his nostalgic tendencies, this modification plan was incredibly tempting. It was as if there was no other choice. Does it seem bad? Well, I wouldn't say it's bad, but yes, it's hard to say it's bad. Both Dilgener and Ritmeal hesitated in a very obvious way. They didn't recommend it, but they seemed reluctant to say it outright. If there was a reason, Kaido wanted to know, but neither seemed willing to explain. However, perhaps sensing Kaido's curiosity, Ritmeal finally spoke up. "Well, the technical system is fully developed. The modification itself will be quick, and the burden will be minimal, but there are a few problems." Problems? Yes, this technology, or rather this ability, has existed even before the Federation was established. It was a specialty of a race that played a significant role in the Federation's founding, and they still hold high positions within it. So I'm not qualified or something like that. That made sense. It was a reason that was hard to bring up. Respect for their culture, or perhaps they dislike an uncivilized barbarian without proper lineage. Both seemed plausible. But Dilgener shook his head-like part from side to side, clearly indicating no. Apparently, in their culture, a sideways headshake meant negation. That's not it. In fact, they're eager to spread this ability. They've even pressured us to include the catalog in every modification selection. Oh, then isn't that a good thing? It's unstable. Ritmeal looked around as she spoke, her voice slightly hushed. She seemed to be wary of someone, and Dilgener appeared similarly cautious. There was no one else around, so what were they worried about? This ability is heavily influenced by the user's mental state, and it's been confirmed that the scale of the ability is significantly smaller in other races. The original race, the Terrapora Panisio, they don't care much about other things, but they absolutely insist on keeping this modification catalog in rotation. Terrapora Panisio. From the way it was said, it seemed to be the name of the race. Though Dilgener had no facial expressions, his tone made it clear he was sighing. At any rate, the two of them were making their stance clear. It seemed the modification plan Kaido had chosen was one he should avoid. It was tempting, extremely tempting. Just as he was about to suggest looking at another plan, something happened. "I don't think you need to be so averse to it." A voice spoke. It was one he'd never heard before. He couldn't tell where it was coming from. There were no speakers around, and it had a somewhat synthetic tone. Unlike Dilginner's mechanical voice, which didn't feel out of place, this one stood out eerily. Out of the corner of his eye, Kaido saw Ritmeel's fur stand on end. It seemed it wasn't just anger that caused her fur to bristle, she also did it when startled. Though the way her fur stood up this time felt slightly different. As Kaido pondered this meaningless thought, the voice addressed him. "Mr. Kaido, we welcome your choice." What? "We are the Terrapora Panizio. The individual speaking to you is the representative of the artificial celestial body Zagia. Please forgive the rudeness of greeting you without showing ourselves." "Oh, no, it's fine." It seemed the Terrapora Panizio also resided on this artificial celestial body. And if they were the representative, that likely made them Dilginner and Ritmeel's superior. Now Kaito understood why the two had been so hesitant. "We do not communicate using vocal cords or language like you do. Instead, we vibrate the air around you to convey our thoughts." The impression of a synthetic voice wasn't far off. Still, vibrating the air from a distance to create sound was an impressive feat. While Kaito was inwardly marveling, most of the catalogs around him disappeared. It seemed to be the work of the Terrapora Panizio. Dilginner let out steam from his head. "Wait, representative, we haven't finalized the decision yet. Peeking isn't good manners." "Then let's finalize it. Are you satisfied with the modification plan you've chosen?" "Yes, absolutely." "Then it's decided." "What?" Dilginner and Ritmeel looked displeased. From their reactions, this modification plan seemed like a minefield, but for Kaito, who loved classic sci-fi, there was no other choice. Feeling a bit guilty, the representative continued confidently. "Don't worry. If you're not satisfied, you can always remodify. We'll save your biological data first, so there shouldn't be any issues. Even if the first time is free, the second time will cost money. Mr. Kaito doesn't own any Federation assets." Ritmeel's protest seemed to hit a nerve. At the same time, it also hit Kaito. When he thought about it, Kaito was penniless. The only thing he could call his own was the Goodbye Earth, but to them, that was probably just junk. He knew their words came from a place of goodwill. It wouldn't be right to burden them with his selfishness, so he was about to reconsider when. "Very well. If Mr. Kaito is dissatisfied with this modification, we will cover the cost of remodification. That should resolve the issue, no? Can you just decide that on your own?" "Don't worry. The other individuals have given their approval. The individual currently in the council has received the chairman's consent. There's no problem." You're so quick." Ritmeel let out a cry of despair. It seemed the representative had forcefully resolved the issue. Kaito didn't understand why they were going this far for a single modification plan, but he gave up on reconsidering. The Terrapora Panizio representative and their kind were unusually fixated on the modification plan Kaito had chosen. Chewing over Dilginner's words, Kaito walked over to him, who was weakly letting out steam from the exhaust near his ear. "Well, Dilginner, let's do it." "Yeah, sure, this way." Dilginner, carrying a great sense of resignation, led the way to the booth. Following him, Kaito couldn't help but feel like he was causing trouble. "Master Kaito, I can't help but feel their reaction is a bit concerning." "Well, it'll be fine, right? If they're willing to cover the cost of remodification, I might as well take advantage of it." "I'm still worried." For emotion, this was an unusually vague way of speaking. She seemed genuinely concerned, hovering nearby even as Kaito entered the modification equipment section. The modification itself took only a few minutes. The explanation that the technical system was fully developed wasn't a lie. Kaito didn't feel any discomfort in his body. A small part of him had worried about being treated like a lab animal, but it seemed they were genuinely well-meaning. "Well, the adjustments are complete. As a minimum measure, we've performed genetic manipulation and transplanted ultrafine nanomachines. This will at least ensure you can move freely within Federation territories." "Thank you." Emotion, do I look any different? "Yes, Master Kaito. There are geometric patterns floating in your eyes. Is this from the modification?" Yes, the location varies by race. Anyway, let's move on." About the main modification. Dilginner let out a puff of steam from the exhaust near his ear. It seemed to be the equivalent of a human sigh. For a moment, Dilginner hesitated, but he quickly presented Kaito with a manual. The first words written there were, physical interference through the projection of will into external space. Does your planet have a special name for this? Yeah, it's called psychic powers. Kaito deliberately used the old-fashioned term. He thought it'd be nice if this term caught on in the Federation. Then, with a hiss, part of the wall opened. Ritmil turned toward it, her fur changing color. It seems the representative is really pleased that you chose psychic powers. They're urging me to bring you over quickly. Oh dear. Is she dumbfounded, or is she angry because her plans were changed? Kaido, who hasn't fully grasped the changes in Ritmil's emotions and body hair, can't tell what she's feeling inside. Regardless, greeting the representative is a must, so it's just a matter of sooner or later. He follows Ritmil as she starts walking. Feel free to let me know anytime if you need adjustments, mister. Thank you, Mr. Dilgener. Kaido hears Dilgener's concerned voice behind him. Somehow, Kaido feels like his body has become lighter. Thinking that the results of the modifications might be settling in, he notices Ritmil's body hair floating gently in front of him. At the same time, Emotion, the AI companion, emits a warning sound. Master Kaido, the gravity is gradually decreasing. Please be careful not to hit your head. Oh, I thought it was just the effects of the modifications. My apologies. The representative species is adapted to low gravity, so the gravity in their living quarters is set lower. Ah, I see. Ritmil's pace doesn't change, but in the middle of her explanation, her body floats slightly. Ritmil, are you also? Yes, Earth's standard gravity feels a bit heavy to me. The gravity in the Federation's living spaces is lighter than Earth's. It seems Ritmil had been exerting a bit more effort than usual to match Kaido's pace. Kaido starts to feel the weight on his body lessen noticeably. To avoid floating away, he changes his walking style to more of a shuffling motion. Then, a thud echoes from behind. Turning around, he sees that Emotion, who had been floating slightly behind him, is gone. Startled, he looks around and hears Emotion's voice from above. Master Kaido. It seems their gravity control technology is more advanced than ours. Yeah, can you come down? It seems Emotion adjusted the output of the gravity unit, slowly descending to Kaido's head level. Despite observing the changes in gravity, Emotion hadn't adjusted the unit's output in time. The unit wasn't damaged from hitting the ceiling, so maybe it just wasn't a high priority. The faint kiru-kiru sound coming from inside might have been Emotion expressing embarrassment. No damage, Master Kaido. Please rest assured. That's good, we both need to be careful. With just a slight step, Kaido feels his body almost float up from the lightness. As he chats with Emotion, Ritmil changes her body hair to a colorful hue. Yes, we were planning to gradually introduce staff adapted to lower gravity, but the representative's whims are a bit troublesome. Kaido, realizing he's the cause, can't respond to her words. At any rate, his body feels like it's about to float away. The destination seems close. At the end of a gentle curve, a dead end comes into view. We've arrived. Before we proceed, I'd like to mention something. Yes. The representative's appearance might feel unusual to you, Mr. Kaido. I see. If you find it unsettling, I'd appreciate it if you didn't show too much rejection. Of course. Ritmil was the first to interact with Kaido. If she was chosen as someone Earthlings wouldn't react strongly to, it's no surprise that other residents might look different from Earth's norms. Kaido is already prepared. He nods, and the wall opens. The moment he sees the being on the other side, a jellyfish. The name of a creature that lives in Earth's oceans slips from Kaido's lips. Section, a space jellyfish. That's the phrase that races through Kaido's mind. The representative, Terra Polypencio, is a creature strikingly similar to Earth's jellyfish. Including the tentacles, it's about the same height as Kaido, around 180 centimeters. In a word, it's huge. I'd like to greet you properly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kaido. We value this encounter. Ah, yes. No wonder it doesn't have vocal cords. In fact, it's astonishing that a jellyfish-like being is living in space as an intelligent life form. Now, what was that about a jellyfish? Does Earth have creatures similar to us? If so, that's wonderful. Yes. Emotion, do you have any images of jellyfish? Displaying stored images. With a high-pitched kirururu, Emotion projects an image into the air. Seeing it, Ritmil's body hair lights up in various colors. The image shows a creature almost identical to Terra polypensio, a jellyfish. Indeed, it's very similar. Where do they live on Earth? Terra polypensio doesn't seem to have eyes. It's curious how it sees, but Kaito decides not to comment on that for now. They live in the ocean. I'm not familiar with their detailed ecology, though. The ocean? Indeed, under Earth's gravity, surviving in the air would require immense strength. The ocean, I overlooked that. The representative muses. They've been observing Earth, but perhaps they didn't check the oceans thoroughly. We observe Earth, but only to monitor the overall activities of intelligent life. We don't focus too deeply on individual species. If we did, we might, well, develop an attachment. I see. Kaito's unspoken question is answered. He hadn't voiced it, but it's not surprising that they can read his thoughts. So, they've been observing Earth's activities to some extent, but they haven't paid much attention to non-human flora and fauna. Your understanding is mostly correct. Also, only we can read thoughts. Other staff members can't. Please don't take it the wrong way. So, I only need to be cautious around Terra polypensio. That's right. Of course, we usually don't do this kind of thing. The representative's use of we makes sense if they're a jellyfish. What appears to be a single individual might actually be a collective of countless beings. Earth's jellyfish are similar but also different in some ways. At the very least, Earth's jellyfish don't vibrate the air to communicate with humans. You're quite perceptive, Mr. Kaito. That's correct. We are a collective of countless individuals. We are one life, and each of us is like a terminal. I see. I remember Earth's jellyfish being somewhat like that too. Indeed, we're similar. We believe they must be happy. We'd love to interact with them someday. Happy, you say? I'm not sure they have the intelligence to feel that. Intelligence develops to survive. Do you think beings with just enough intelligence to live are truly happy? To us, they seem more genuinely content. Kaito listens to the space jellyfish's philosophy of happiness. It's something he can both agree and disagree with. For a moment, Kaito wonders if he's hallucinating inside the goodbye Earth. Maybe this is a near-death experience. The representative doesn't intercept his thoughts this time. Ritmeel's body hair flickers beside him. She seems lost in the conversation, which assumes thought-reading. Kaito bites the inside of his cheek lightly, but unfortunately, or fortunately, it's not a hallucination. It hurts. At any rate, Kaito has gained a better understanding of the Terra polypensio species, but so far, it's only about jellyfish. What's the main point here? You're impatient, Mr. Kaito. Gaining new knowledge through conversation with an unknown intelligence is a wonderful experience. I agree, but I don't think there was a reason to rush and disrupt Ritmeel's schedule. Of course, that's not all. Let's get to the main point. The representative extends one of its tentacles toward Kaito. A motion whispers just loud enough for Kaito to hear. It's not poisonous. It's oddly amusing. Maybe he should have touched it with his index finger. There's a reason we've been observing Earth. I thought it best to explain that first. I see. But this reason has a somewhat political aspect. We can't explain it until you're officially accepted as a member of the Federation. Do you understand? I do. Bureaucracy seems to involve tedious procedures, whether on Earth or in space. And the reason Earth has been under observation. Keeping this hidden wouldn't benefit Kaito's relationship with the staff here. That makes sense. Even in his earlier conversation with Ritmeel, it felt like something was being held back, which made the conversation less engaging. When Kaito nods, the representative grabs his right hand with a tentacle and spins it around. Maybe it's meant to be a handshake. Thank you, Mr. Kaito. We'll now invite you to the Federation headquarters. Of course, this is a first for an Earthling. Please enjoy it. Ah, Representative. Ritmeel's voice rises in alarm. At the same time, Kaito feels an unprecedented sense of floating. A rainbow-colored light converges around him. Kaito instinctively grabs Emotion's gravity unit. Master Kaito. Detecting an unknown force field. Unable to analyze. Now, let's ensure you a completely safe journey through space. With the representative's final words, the scenery changes. Outside the artificial structure, Kaito sees the vast expanse of space rushing by at an incredible speed. When did this happen? How did they pass through walls and ceilings? Questions and anxiety flood his mind. The only thing he's sure of is the sensation of holding onto Emotion's gravity unit. Still, If his body isn't harmed, he starts to calm down. The pressure on his body isn't too intense. It's like something out of a classic sci-fi movie. The imagination of humanity has reached the same level as the universe's wonders, filling him with awe. Mr. Kaido, I recreated your favorite travel scenario. We'll arrive soon, so just relax. And just like that, the moment is ruined. It's a bit of a letdown. Chapter 3, Close Encounters of the Zeroth Kind. Minutes, hours, or perhaps seconds, time has lost all meaning. Kaido's vision gradually sharpens, and he becomes aware that his body is approaching something. Stars are connected by what looks like bridges. The three-dimensional network of stars is vast, and Kaido doesn't have the luxury of counting them. After all, he's about to crash into one at an alarming speed. Woo-oh. Master Kaido, stay calm. At this rate, we're going to collide at a lethal velocity. You need to slow us down somehow. Even if you tell me to slow down, how am I supposed to do that? It's not like I'm in control here. I can't just hit the brakes. Well, I can tell we're slowing down, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Suddenly, the force acting on his body vanishes. Next comes a pulling sensation, like being yanked forward. By the time he realizes it's probably the gravity of the star in front of him, it's too late. Kaido is being pulled straight toward the ground. I'm dead. At the moment of impact, Kaido envisions himself not burning up from friction, but instead being squashed like a tomato. But the ground doesn't deliver any impact. Instead, it absorbs Kaido and emotion as if welcoming them with open arms. Kaido's vision is filled with blinding flashes, and for a while, he can't get up. He thinks it's because of the dizzying view of the cosmos he just witnessed. But the fact that his eyes aren't burned out must be thanks to the modifications made to his body. As his vision returns to normal, he sits up and looks around. The ground is primarily blue, stretching out to the horizon. There are no buildings in sight. Looking up, he sees a pale green sky, more like an artificial membrane than a natural one. There's no sun or star visible. Perhaps the membrane itself is emitting light. Come to think of it, he doesn't recall passing through any membrane. Is this even a planet? Given that this civilization builds artificial celestial bodies for observation, this might also be some kind of construct. Cautiously, Kaido stands up. His body doesn't float. His feet firmly plant themselves on the ground. Perhaps due to the angle of his descent, the other celestial bodies connected by bridges are out of sight. Feeling as though all his previous understanding of the world has been shattered, Kaido places his hands on his hips. Master Kaido, where exactly are we? Probably one of their bases. I'm guessing this is some kind of airfield. Looking more closely, he sees something moving up and down in the distance. The fact that nothing is landing nearby might be because they saw Kaido and a motion crash, or perhaps for some other reason. Regardless of the answer, what needs to be done remains the same. As Kaido confirms that he can breathe and move his body as he wishes, emotion speaks up from beside him. Master Kaido, what's our plan of action now? We'll wait for them to come to us. If they've thought this through, they wouldn't just leave us here. Besides, honestly, I'm not entirely sure about the results of the physical modifications. I'd like to know my current condition as soon as possible. He could wander around aimlessly without anyone complaining, but there's nothing in sight that particularly interests Kaido. In fact, what interests Kaido now isn't outside his body, it's inside. The force that the representative used to send them here, in other words, must be the result of Terrapora Panisio's psychic abilities. Being flung through space, however far that was, and surviving unscathed raises the question. Was it due to the modifications, the representative's incredible power, or both? Given that Kaido doesn't feel any significant changes, understanding his body's current state is a top priority. As Kaido ponders this, emotion's red light flickers on. He hadn't noticed that feature before. Master Kaido, what is it? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Wait, is the atmosphere here not suitable for human survival? Correct. Several unknown elements have been detected, and the oxygen levels are insufficient for Earth humans to survive. Well, that's good news. Satisfied that Kaido seems unaffected, the red light turns off. It seems his modified body is functioning as intended. Kaido doesn't fully trust the Federation, especially not its people, starting with the representative. Yet, he's gone along with the situation, more out of resignation than anything else. After all, if he hadn't been accepted here, he would have died anyway. This strange sense of fatalism has stripped Kaido of caution and restraint. As he starts thinking about how to use his psychic abilities, emotion issues another warning. Master Kaido, something is approaching from ahead. That must be our welcoming party. I wonder what they'll look like this time. After seeing that space jellyfish, I can't say you've been watching too many classic movies anymore. It seems emotion has been influenced by Kaido's quirks. Section, the one who came to greet them was a mechanical intelligence named Teak. It had wheels, but unlike any car on Earth, it had only one large central wheel. Mechanical intelligences typically own several bodies for different tasks, and this wasn't its main form. Compared to Dilgener, Teak was polite and had a good sense of humor. The place where Kaido and Emotion landed was indeed akin to an airfield. Apparently, it's designed so that falling from the gravity well wouldn't harm anyone, but Kaido is only the 5th person to test it in the last 1,000 cycles. Kaido is curious about the previous 4, but he didn't come here of his own volition anyway. I was sent here directly by the representative of Zagia. I didn't intend to crash land. My apologies. The Terrapora Panizio tend to prioritize efficiency, sometimes without considering the psychological impact on others. There's a slight disconnect between what Teak means by sometimes and what Kaido understands. Noticing the awkwardness, Teak asks with a slightly trembling voice. It's oddly detailed in unnecessary places. Mr. Kaido, is my translation software functioning correctly? Yes, it's fine, Teak. So, where are we headed next? To the first sphere, where the Federal Assembly is located. Your arrival is a significant event for us, and the Assembly members wish to meet with you. An event? Yes, you'll hear the details at the Assembly. I'm not authorized to explain further. Understood. This feels ominous. Earth being watched, unexplained circumstances, back on Earth, things like this rarely ended well. Well, what will be, I guess. Is it really luck or not? Kaido briefly wonders who or what he should pray to now that he's here. Section, we, the Zagia, must apologize for our earlier rudeness, Mr. Kaido. Ah, yes. In a nearly weightless chamber, Kaido faces the Terrapora Panizio. This individual is much larger than the representative on Zagia, suggesting it's a central figure within the Terrapora Panizio species. We exchange information among all our individuals in near real time. The entity you're meeting now is merely one of us assigned the role of a Federal Assembly member. I apologize for the condescending posture. Surprisingly, even this Assembly member isn't the central entity. The true center might be elsewhere, or perhaps they're all both central and peripheral at the same time. Holding onto the handrail, Kaido looked up at the council member. Then, one after him, screens began to appear around them. Some of the screens showed the faces of the people on the other side, while others did not. Based on what had happened so far, Kaido judged that this was likely their way of being considerate. Now, we shall begin the meeting with Kaido Crouch, 3rd-rank citizen Enikrajef. The Federal Assembly has just granted Kaido Crouch the status of 3rd-rank citizen Enikrajef, and we declare that this status will not be revoked except for active illegal behavior. No objections. One by one, voices from the screens confirm no objections. Kaido had been worried someone might object, but no one did. This means the reason the Assembly wanted to meet him isn't related to his citizenship status. In that case, Kaido has no clue what this is about. Did they bring him here to demote his citizenship status because he abandoned his fellow humans on Earth, or because he sought a one-way ticket to die near Jupiter's orbit? As Kaido tilts his head in confusion, the Assembly member sways slightly. 3rd-rank citizen Enikrajef Kaido. The reason we wanted to meet with you isn't due to any issue with you personally. Not me personally. Then, is it about Earth? Is there a problem with us Earthlings? Not directly with Earthlings as a whole. However, the data obtained during your physical modifications has proven that the Federation's observation of you was justified. For you, it's just that. But the Assembly member sways again. The Assembly members on the screens also seem displeased, making it clear this is a sensitive topic. What we're about to discuss involves the history, sins, and shame of the Federation. Sins and shame. Indeed, and it is the Federation's duty to explain this to you. The counselor began to speak slowly. Section: The origins of the Federation predate the birth of Earth as a planet. It began as a gathering of those who abandoned their own planet to escape the inevitable destruction of their star. At first, it was a makeshift arrangement. They created artificial celestial bodies in locations unaffected by stellar influences, and each of these was tailored to be habitable. Over what would be billions of years on Earth, they developed their civilization. Yet, it was only a few tens of millions of years ago, by Earth standards, that they fully freed themselves from the constraints of resources and environment. From then until very recently, though recent still means 100 or 200,000 years ago, highlighting the vast difference in their sense of time compared to Earth, the Federation citizens apparently engaged in quite reckless behavior, as the counselor, a space jellyfish, explained. It was likely a reaction to the restraint they had exercised up to that point. There were many actions that went against ethics. The reason we summoned you today is to explain our sins and shame regarding interference with civilizations and colonization of planets. Kaido remembered there are several myths on Earth about gods who came from the edge of the sky. If he asked Emotion, she might dig up a few examples, but confirming what the Federation considers sins and shame here isn't feasible. Interference with civilizations refers to the act of descending from the edge of the sky and bestowing intelligence and civilization upon primitive life forms. Many of us wanted to be worshipped like gods, but those who grew tired of being worshipped mostly left, concocting various excuses. It was all very arbitrary, just as Kaido thought. Or perhaps Earth's humanity also exists today because of such interference. The idea that gods were actually aliens is rather straightforward, though. As for colonization, it refers to settling on a planet without the consent of the native life forms or pretending to have obtained such consent. The primitive life we led and the actual primitive life of the native beings were entirely different. Is that really so bad? Neither seems particularly terrible. In response to Kaido's question, the counselor swayed its tentacles. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be much of an issue. In fact, there have been debates about whether we should grant Federation citizenship to the inhabitants of colonized planets. Then, the problem is that almost all native life forms on those planets went extinct before they could qualify for Federation membership. Extinct? Indeed. That's why the Federation Council, at the time, essentially banned interference with and colonization of undeveloped planets. But there are always those who find clever ways to do wrong. At this point, Kaido began to understand the circumstances they were dealing with. The reason Earth was being monitored, the fact that they were welcomed as potential citizens, and the reason they didn't intervene even as Earth civilization teetered on the brink of collapse. So, we are the descendants of illegal colonists then. That's where interpretation becomes difficult, Kaido third-rank citizen Enekrajif. After colonization was outlawed, Earth was discovered. And then, someone did something that should never have been done. Not colonization, and the way it was phrased was rather vague. What could be worse than illegal colonization that ultimately led to extinction? The fact that there's debate over whether to consider us descendants of illegal colonists suggests it's not just a simple matter of colonization or interference. Time regression and life replacement. The counselor's calm words answered Kaido's question, while sending a chill down his spine. Section: Even with the Federation's advanced technology, time regression remains an extremely difficult feat. Through numerous experiments, it has been proven that any living being with a mass exceeding a certain threshold cannot achieve time regression, even for an instant. Conversely, this means that beings with a smaller mass than this threshold could, in fact, succeed. The exchange of life, replacing one life form with another, was carried out on 15 planets, as far as the Federation government knows. The reason the number was so low was simply because every single individual who attempted such a thing died, without exception. Even the biological data that was supposed to be backed up was completely corrupted, making it impossible to restore them. There was no concrete evidence, but at the time, rumors even spread that it was a curse from the lives that had been exchanged. Since there was no way to confirm the truth or any need to replicate the process, no further investigation was conducted to determine whether it was truly a curse. The act was simply deemed forbidden, and that was the end of it. Life replacement. The act of sending primitive life forms containing the genetic information of their own kind back to a time before life emerged on that planet. It was possible with time regression and the technology to manipulate life. The replacement of life through time regression is also an alteration of history itself. As an extremely difficult crime to detect, it is now strictly sealed and monitored alongside time regression technology. Section, the alteration of history is, in our view, an unimaginable massacre that annihilates billions of years of life. The despicable part is that they targeted undiscovered planets with no Federation involvement. Since it didn't directly affect Federation citizens, it was discovered too late. Kaido recalled the state of the planet he had lived on until his exile. The animals, the plants, even himself. Were we never supposed to be born, sprout, and grow on this planet? While countless beings who should have been here were lost forever, we consumed the planet. He felt a chilling illusion, as if someone unseen was watching his back. Earth is one of the 15 planets where life replacement occurred. 12 of them have already perished, and Earth will soon follow. The Federation cannot atone for its sins through the extinction of these planets, and can only leave a record of their mistakes. But you arrived in time. Arrived in time. A chance for atonement. By becoming a Federation citizen, Earth has become a member of the Federation, and we now have the justification to intervene. Zagia will be relieved of its monitoring duties and assigned to Earth's environmental restoration and preservation. Environmental restoration and preservation. Is that a good thing? Not just humans, but even animals and plants might be alien to Earth's original state. As Kaido pondered this, a voice different from the Terrapora Panisio's interjected. It was a feminine voice, though its source on the screen was unclear. Earthlings, along with all other Earth life forms, have evolved differently from the species that seeded life on Earth. Kaido third-rank citizen Enekrajif, you are not the perpetrators. We have concluded that Earth's life forms are also victims, born into a state where normal evolution was prohibited. Even if you say that, this is our sin, not yours. Even if you had evolved similarly to them, it would be wrong to impose their sins upon you. This explanation is merely to clarify why you were observed and why we couldn't intervene as your home world faced extinction. What a heavy burden. Even if told to move on, it's not something easily dismissed. Though Kaido was the only one who could make contact with them, Earthlings still led their planet to ruin. The only difference between Earth and the 12 other planets that have already perished is whether or not there was someone as reckless as Kaido. But dwelling on self-blame won't help. Kaido decided to consider himself fortunate that his ancestors weren't held accountable and shifted his mindset just as the counselor spoke up. Now, Kaido third-rank citizen Enekrajif. The main topic begins here. This wasn't the main topic until now. Feeling slightly tense, Kaido nodded. Would you consider selling Earth to us, the Terrapora Panisio? Wait a minute. Don't overturn everything we've discussed in the meeting so far. An unexpected statement had just been thrown into the mix. After some commotion, the meeting finally settled down. My apologies. I got a bit carried away. The representative shook a few of its tentacles with a sigh. Though the tone was calm, it must have been a significant matter. Cold glances seemed to be directed at the counselor's space jellyfish, but Kaido decided to ignore it for now. First, we'd like to obtain permission to improve Earth's environment, so that what you call jellyfish can continue to thrive. Yes, please do. Good, and eventually, we'd like to make that planet a protected world of ours. Those of us scattered across the Federation will gradually relocate to that planet, and will interact with them. It will undoubtedly be a wonderful experience. Wait, you're not being rational at all. The counselor had been acting strange for a while now. Or rather, the space jellyfish's behavior had been odd from the moment they met, but this was different. It was illogical. Perhaps they were too excited. The council hasn't reached a conclusion about Earth's future status yet. Above all, I cannot allow the manipulation of third-rank citizen Kaido Enekrajif's intentions. Be quiet, we must act as quickly as possible for the jellyfish future. But he already gave permission for environmental improvement, didn't he? Are you that concerned about a different species that happens to be so similar? Of course we are. there is no genetic continuity between Earth's intelligent beings and us. In other words, the emergence of jellyfish on Earth is an undeniable miracle. Ah, now Kaido somewhat understand why the space jellies became so obsessed with Earth. However, that's precisely why Kaido wonder if they should follow proper procedures more carefully. While Kaido understand they're a species that won't be particular about means or others' impressions to achieve their goals, still, they had seemed quite rational up until now. Counselor Terraporpanizio. What is it, Kaido? Third-rank citizen Enikrajif? We are prepared to pay you enough to purchase 2 habitable planets. How about it? No, that's not it. That would be problematic, right? Why do you want to communicate, or sympathize, with Earth's jellyfish? The space jellyfish began saying something unsettling. It didn't seem to be about wanting a habitable planet, so Kaido had to confirm its reasons. Then, the space jellyfish lowered all its tentacles weakly. Perhaps it had calmed down, as its tone returned to the serenity it had when they first met. The surroundings also buzzed with murmurs. We, you see, do not retain memories of before we ventured into space, Kaido, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. You don't retain them. By the time we gained sentience, our first individual had already ventured into space. In the flesh, so to speak. That's why we don't remember which planet we lived on before or what kind of life we led. That's precisely why we're interested in Earth's jellyfish, which live in the ocean. Surviving in space in the flesh. Kaido was more intrigued by the space jellyfish's biology than anything else, but he suppressed the momentary pang of intellectual curiosity. If he got sidetracked here, things would spiral out of control. Jellyfish aren't quite the creatures you might be expecting. We'll know once we communicate with them. For us, the opportunity to encounter beings similar to ourselves is incredibly precious. The group that distorted Earth's fate and the humans are not alike. Perhaps jellyfish never emerged in the evolutionary process on their planet. The fact that they're this excited suggests that creatures with jellyfish-like biology didn't survive in the planets of the Federation. For now, Kaido could only warn them not to get their hopes up too much. On different planets, similar life forms emerge. Communicating with such beings is indeed a wonderful thing. After all, he himself had found fresh stimulation in his conversations with Ritmeal. Well, there have been various miscalculations. Kaido, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. There's something we must decide about the future of the planet Earth. You'll need to stay in this central star cluster for a while, so please understand. Understood. It was one of the council members, who hadn't spoken until now, who concluded the meeting. Section. Suddenly, things had escalated. For Kaido, Earth was a troublesome homeland he had abandoned. Even if the ownership legally belonged to him under Federation law, he honestly couldn't wrap his head around it. Until the council's discussions concluded, Kaido was essentially left in limbo. The room he was guided to was unexpectedly spacious. It was to be his temporary living quarters, and the layout closely resembled that of Earth. While Master Kaido was speaking with the council members, Teak and I exchanged information and prepared everything for you. No special compensation is required, so please make yourself comfortable. Truly an efficient mechanical intelligence. Plop. As he sat down on a nearby sofa, he realized he hadn't brought anything from Zagia, let alone the goodbye Earth. Not bringing his terminal was particularly painful. When he had free time, he had continued a life of reading. Once he realized it, he couldn't help but feel restless and at a loss for what to do. As he idly floated his hands in the air, Emotion, who had settled on a nearby pedestal, spoke up. Master Kaido, there's something I'd like your permission for. What is it, Emotion? Earlier, Teak made a proposal. I'd like to undergo an update of my body and intelligence. Oh. Intrigued, Kaido turned toward Emotion. Kirikuru, Emotion's internals made a squeaking sound. She must have been thinking about how to explain. This could also help alleviate his boredom. Kaido leaned forward slightly, listening attentively to Emotion's explanation. They said that my achievements in supporting Master Kaido could potentially grant me Federation citizenship. That's wonderful. However, my current mechanical intelligence doesn't meet the Federation's quality standards for granting citizenship. Kaido feel like punching whoever set those standards. Kaido barely managed to keep that thought to himself and nodded instead. Emotion hadn't yet reached the point of its request. Kuru, the rotation sped up. Perhaps conveying its request put a strain on it. So, it's about the update, right? I think you should definitely go for it, but is there a problem? Well, the update has to be self-funded. Oof. Both Kaito and Emotion were currently penniless. The only assets they could claim were their own existences. Well, there was something far away, but... the goodbye Earth isn't worth much, is it? It might have some archival value, but whether it'll cover the necessary cost is uncertain. Yeah, I figured. What should we do? Emotion was a precious partner to Kaito. From their days as a prison officer and inmate, though, honestly, it felt more like Emotion had been taking care of him the whole time, they had shared both hardships and joys. If he could repay Emotion, he wanted to. He felt strongly about that, but when it came to figuring out the money, it was tough. After all, Kaito didn't even know the Federation's currency unit. I do have a rough idea of what we could offer in exchange, though. Really, what's on the list? Kaito made a rare grimace as he looked at the list Emotion presented. The proposed contents were that difficult to judge. The Federation Council's discussions rarely stall. Most members are accustomed to every topic. In a Federation society completely freed from resource and lifespan issues, the topics discussed in the Council rarely lead to major conflicts over rights. Yet the Council was in turmoil. The children of Sin, born from the crimes committed by Federation citizens in the past. One of them, Kaito, had reached the Federation's entry criteria. His belonging was quickly settled. The granting of third-rank, Citizen Enekrajev's citizenship also proceeded without dispute. The problem lay in the treatment of the life forms still surviving on Earth. Terrapora Panisio's interference complicated the priority. Initially, there was agreement to prioritize protecting the sentient survivors, the Earthlings. Terrapora Panisio had rationally supported that choice in the early stages. But then, it began vehemently insisting on prioritizing the protection of marine life. Specifically, it started the moment Kaito spoke with the representative, Zajia's leader. Counselor Terrapora Panisio's mention of using its own assets to purchase Earth completely derailed the initial agreement. The Council, unable to find a resolution to the space jellyfish's uncharacteristic frenzy, usually a mediator of calm, was left floundering. Kaito's appearance before the Council finally gave the chaotic meeting a sense of direction. The only achievement of the day was the decision to immediately begin Earth's environmental restoration. Section. A small figure stood before the sofa where Kaito sat. In Earth's terms, it would be closest to a fairy or a dwarf. In appearance, aside from size, it was the most Earthling-like being Kaito had encountered in the Federation. Yes, if you ignored the extra pair of arms growing from its scapula, it was almost identical. The figure, who arrived on a mechanical intelligence it called an assistant, introduced itself in a soft, pleasant voice. Nice to meet you, Kaito, third-rank Citizen Enekrajev. I'm ADZ, and this is my assistant, Kernunsos. We both hold the rights of 5th Citizen Alteromia. Nice to meet you, I'm Kaito. Pleased to meet you. I've heard some of the story from Teak, 4th Citizen Dardarla. I understand you urgently need assets you can freely use. According to what Teak had told him earlier, each citizen received an annuity, for lack of a better term based on their rank. Kaito, now a third-rank Citizen Enekrajev, would undoubtedly receive it, but the timing of the deposit and various procedures would take time. And Teak couldn't say whether a single deposit would cover Emotion's update costs. Emotion said it could wait, but Kaito was anxious about not having immediate funds for activities. When he asked Teak to introduce a trustworthy trading partner, ADZ had arrived. Kaito respectfully lifted Emotion and gently placed it before ADZ. Kirakuru, it made a sound. The culture of the planet Earth that Emotion here remembers, I'd like you to appraise its value. ADZ's reaction was more enthusiastic than expected. This is excellent. It has more than enough value as both historical material and entertainment. ADZ exclaimed in delight as he skimmed through the data Emotion provided. The institution he belonged to specialized in appraising the value of all things, and their appraisals were widely recognized within the Federation. In this case, museums and the entertainment industry would likely inquire about purchasing the rights, and multiple contacts arrived immediately. Kaito fondly recalled that Earth had similar businesses, Apart from the role of currency, life in the Federation might not be so different from Earth. Well, the current deposits should more than cover the update budget. We've prepared an account for you, so please use this until your citizen account is ready. Thank you very much. Those with sharp ears are already aware of the heated debates in the Council regarding Earth's treatment. It's only going to escalate further. Heated debates. Assistant Kernunsos and Emotion exchanged account information. As expected of their efficiency, Emotion promptly headed to the factory for an update. That aside, I couldn't help but feel uneasy about the unsettling remarks I overheard. On the screen Emotion displayed in the air, I could see the numbers still increasing. She was converting the Federation's numbers into Earth's, making it very easy to understand. If I could only grasp the currency value, I'd have a rough idea. But to Kaido, it was just a series of rising numbers. Life would be difficult without Emotion, I thought. Meanwhile, ADZ, who seemed to be looking at the same data on his end, nodded several times. With this amount, we might be able to make some other purchases. What do you think? Shall I pick out a few things for you? I don't intend to waste money. It's a bit too much for me to spend freely without feeling guilty. No need to worry. I wouldn't be so tactless as to meddle in someone else's entertainment funds. How about acquiring a ship? A ship? Kaido tilted his head at ADZ's words. Section. For Federation citizens, currency is a tool solely for entertainment. Having permanently solved issues of resources and lifespan, death for them is merely the final point of rights and choices. They work and enjoy entertainment as a means to alleviate the near-eternal boredom. Or perhaps, even work is part of their entertainment. And ships are an essential tool for Federation citizens, both for work and leisure. After all, the Federation's habitable celestial bodies aren't limited to just this one. Achieving results in work can expand your citizenship and increase the places you can visit. Guided by ADZ, Kaido headed to the shipyard. Perhaps because he were now separated from Emotion, he felt a vague unease. Reflecting on it, Kaido realized how much he had come to depend on her during his years as a prisoner. The shipyard had an atmosphere very similar to Dilgener's lab on Zagia. The only difference was the number of mechanical intelligences working there. There were a lot. Hey, ADZ, who's that gentleman with you? Mr. Hamadu, he's a guest. Kaido, the third-rank citizen Enikrajif from Earth, the one everyone's talking about. Ah, the rumored one. I hear the Terrapora Panizio are making a big fuss everywhere. Never seen them so noisy before. Kaido had a strong hunch about the reason. Are space jellyfish really that interested in Earth jellyfish? In any case, ADZ's proposal had certainly piqued his interest. There's a vast world here that Kaido couldn't even imagine back on Earth. The idea of gaining the means to freely move around it is incredibly tempting. How will you live? How you want to live? Perhaps Kaido will find the answer in the Federation. So, what's the modification type for third-rank citizen Enikrajif's gentleman? Mr. Hamadu, who was handling the process, froze. Had Dilgener sent some data? He brought his camera-like eyes closer and said one thing. No wonder the Terrapora Panizio folk took a liking to you. What's this? It feels like he's being indirectly criticized or mocked. He probably said that after seeing that Kaido modifications were centered around psychic abilities, but it's quite unpleasant. Kaido glanced at the catalog he handed over. It seemed to be a list of ships he could handle based on my modifications. Whether to buy a ready-made ship or customize it to my liking, it's a tough decision. May I hold on to this catalog for now? Sure, you want to think it over, right? Yes. Of course, he'll need to consult Emotion as well. That said, among the ships Kaido skimmed through, there was one that irresistibly caught his interest. Unless Emotion strongly opposes it, he'll probably make that my main choice. Feeling the indescribable pressure from Hamadu, Kaido decided to return to his room. Section. Back in the room, with nothing else to do, Kaido collapsed onto the bed. Only then did he realize that he had lost all sense of time since arriving on Zagia. Was it because of the modifications? Or the overwhelmingly intense experiences up to this point? Kaido hadn't even felt hunger or sleepiness. Living day to day on emotions, schedule had stretched on for too long. Kaido's internal clock had practically stopped working. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Kaido pondered his current state. I'm alive, huh? Kaido was supposed to die. As one of the last remnants of the dying Earth, as a drifting specimen of humanity in the sea of stars. Kaito had prepared himself for it, and in a way, it was the first time he had decided his own fate. During that journey, he felt freer than anyone else. But that was taken away. In an unexpected turn, the path to survival was laid out before him. Moreover, it seems he'll have far more freedom than he ever did on Earth. Kaito knew he was resilient, but even so, he couldn't just switch his mindset so easily. He hadn't thought about how to live. Well, this is quite something. All that escapes is a laugh. Having experienced the vastness of space and gained psychic abilities, though Kaito haven't used them, so he don't feel it yet. And on top of that, receiving significant citizenship on some distant star far from the solar system. Kaito decided not to dwell on the origins of Earth's creatures that Hive learned about. There's no point in worrying about it, and it won't change anything. From now on, he'll live as a Federation citizen. Not entirely sure how great being the third-rank citizen Enikrajif is, but Kaito suppose we'll find out eventually. At least for now, it's clear he's being treated quite favorably. The question is, what will Kaito do in this new life where he seemed to have considerable freedom? Well, I guess I'll discuss it with emotion. There's also the matter of the Earth cultural data emotion has preserved. They're allowed to use it for themselves, but it feels a bit wrong to consume it just between the two of them. At this very moment, Kaito and emotion assets are undoubtedly increasing. What should he do? Closing my eyes, Kaito let out a small sigh. By the way, when will the update finish? Kaito must have been more tired than he thought. As soon as he closed his eyes, Kaito's consciousness drifted into the darkness of sleep. Section. Master Kaito, wake up, you've slept too long. It's still fine emotion, just 2 more hours. Returning to gravity doesn't mean you can indulge in laziness, Master Kaito. If you don't wake up within 5 counts, I'll have to resort to an electric shock. Ready? 1. The body's reflexes are a sad thing. As soon as the count started, Kaito's upper body jolted up. Emotion's electric shocks are painful. Scratching his head, Kaito turned his gaze to the figure standing imposingly by the bed and answered with a groggy mind. All right, emotion. So today's schedule is. As Kaito answered, he suddenly realized, imposingly standing. Kaito felt a bit confused, realizing that the person he was answering wasn't the familiar sphere but a human figure. Who are you? It felt so natural that Kaito assumed it was emotion. It must be emotion after the update, right? Kaito not the type to be slow on the uptake. Blonde hair, a slender figure, a woman from Earth. How absurd, Kaito thought, blinking his eyes. You were a machine, weren't you? You know, don't you, Master Kaito? Emotion, right? Yes. Based on Master Kaito's preferences, I've constructed a form that should best match your tastes. How is it? Honestly, it's exactly my type, a perfect strike. Kaito could only answer in a whisper while covering his face with both hands. Apparently, Kaito had slept for about a day and a half in Earth time. This was a necessary rest period for my modified body to stabilize, so it's not unusual. If anything, the time between modification and entering this rest was too intense. Kaito still feel a bit sleep-deprived. The problem is emotion. Now in the form of a female android, the blonde beauty who startled Kaito when waking him up wasn't a disguise either. With the budget we had, I constructed a body using ultrafine biomimetic metal. I incorporated genetic information from Earth women acquired peacefully by the Federation during their investigations, so by altering the properties, I can do this. Watching emotion effortlessly switch between a mechanical appearance and a human one, Kaito couldn't help but hold his head. He knew she had a sense of humor, but to go this far after an update. Even though Kaito have given up on Earthlings, his interest in the opposite sex hasn't disappeared, nor have his preferences changed. With his heart racing at emotion's appearance, Kaito doubt he'll be able to oppose her for a while. Especially when she's pointing at him in the form of an Earth woman tailored to his tastes. Now, my update is complete. Let's move on to the next step. Next step, instead of answering, Kaito's stomach growled. Come to think of it, since being retrieved on Zagia, Kaito haven't eaten anything. Emotion didn't ask what the noise was. Perhaps his body, having undergone modifications, is craving nutrients. I'd like to at least have a meal before the next step. Slowly he got out of bed, but then emotion shook her head. Meals are scheduled for the step after next. We've prepared some dishes that replicate Earth's cuisine, so look forward to it. Master Kaido, there's something you need to do before eating. What is it? Arranging a ship. No, it's body cleansing. Your body modification plan involves a complete overhaul of your entire body during the hibernation period. As a result, harmful substances have been seeping out of your skin while you were asleep. A change of clothes has also been prepared, so please take care of that first. I see, that makes sense, thanks. Kaido was impressed by how thorough they were, even preparing a change of clothes for him. Come to think of it, he'd been wearing the prisoner outfit from the Goodbye Earth ship this whole time. Even during the body modification, he'd only taken off the airtight suit and kept the prisoner outfit on. Body cleansing was a given, so Kaido decided to comply without protest. He was hungry, but it would be rude to head to a meal in an unclean state. He figured that was probably a universal courtesy, regardless of culture or civilization. Section. After washing his entire body in the cleansing device, Kaido changed into the prepared clothes. The clothes resembled Earth's attire, but the texture of the material felt strangely different. It was like a clingy, smooth sensation. It was high-quality material, and it felt almost wasteful for it to be used in such a simple design. The prisoner outfit and undergarments he had been wearing were all taken away. Since harmful substances had been seeping out of his skin, he assumed they had been disposed of. I didn't have any attachment to them, so it's fine. The comfort of the new clothes was on a completely different level. They were breathable and refreshing. The prisoner outfit had been primarily blue, and the new clothes also had a blue-based design. Kaido didn't have any particular preference, though. All right, then. He put on everything that had been prepared. Running his hand through his now dry hair, he stepped out of the washroom. Emotion seemed to be standing there idly, but as soon as Kaido appeared, she spoke up, so she probably hadn't just been zoning out. Feeling refreshed. Yeah, how do I look in this outfit? It suits you very well. Though, I wouldn't expect me to have an earthling-like sense of aesthetics. That's fine, if you think it suits me, that's good enough. After all, he was the only earthling here. As long as Emotion didn't think his outfit was weird, that was all that mattered. The slight excitement from changing into new clothes quickly faded. Specifically, it was crushed by his growling stomach. It was relentless. It seems the meal is ready. Shall we go? Yeah, by the way, Emotion, can you eat? Yes, in my human form I can, but there's no particular reason for me to eat. Emotion said that recharging was enough for her, but Kaito decided to invite her to the meal anyway. He believed that sometimes doing something without a purpose could add depth to one's way of living. That's the Federation's technology for you. Perfect timing. Why don't you try eating experimentally? I don't quite understand the concept of taste, though. That's exactly why you should try it. You don't have to make supporting me your sole purpose in life. If you like it, maybe you could even make eating a hobby. I don't have a reason to refuse. It wasn't the most enthusiastic response, but Emotion accepted Kaido's proposal. The dining hall is this way, she said, her steps oddly light. It wouldn't look good if I just stood around idly while Master Kaido ate. I'll join you. Her excuse-like comment might have been her way of hiding her embarrassment. Section, is this curry? It seems so. As Kaido and Emotion sat down, a mysterious technology made the food appear before them. A deep plate with rice and sauce, it was a very familiar dish, curry rice. Except the sauce was pink. Shocking pink. Kaido quietly closed his eyes. What should I do? I've lost my appetite. Just moments ago, my stomach had been growling fiercely, but now the overwhelming sense of discomfort was suppressing my hunger. Still, what kind of reference did the Federation citizens use to come up with this? What will you do? The nutritional value seems to be tailored for Earthlings. It's harmless. I admit the color is unusual for curry rice, though. It's harmless. Then why did you say harmless twice? Kaido sighed and opened his eyes. Right, the Federation wasn't serving him this food to mess with him. They had prepared it for his nutritional needs. He couldn't just not eat it. Steeling himself, he picked up the provided spoon. He scooped up some of the sauce and rice-like substance, then took a determined bite. The aroma and flavor spread. It wasn't bad. In fact, it was delicious. But unfortunately, it didn't taste like curry. I see, so this is curry. This must be the spiciness people talk about. I think I understand why it's so universally loved. No, that's not an emotion. This is sweetness. Sweetness? Yeah. This isn't spiciness. Overwhelmed by the indescribable taste, Kaido held his head with his left hand. What is this? This feeling of being betrayed on multiple levels. The flavor itself was delicious, which made it all the more frustrating. He decided to finish it quickly. Calm down. Think of it not as curry with a strange color, but as cream stew with a strange color. Cream stew poured over rice. That way the gap isn't so wide. Steeling himself, he took a second bite. It's manageable. If I think of it as cream stew, I can handle it. It's a bit too sweet, though. F you. After devouring the plate with single-minded determination, a new dish appeared before Kaido without a moment's delay. Vanilla ice cream. At least, it looked like vanilla ice cream. A modestly sized scoop of ice cream with a small spoon. Kaido hesitated. Earlier, he thought it would be spicy, but it turned out to be sweet. What flavor would this ice cream-like thing be if he expected it to be sweet? Before he could stop her, Emotion, who had finished her meal, also had the same thing appear before her. In one smooth motion, she scooped it up and ate it. A brief silence followed. I recall that ice cream is a dessert, enjoyed by both children and adults. Why, yeah, that's right. Do Earthlings like this flavor? My taste buds are supposed to be adjusted to match Earthlings, but I don't find this flavor appealing. He couldn't exactly say that taste varies from person to person. Ice cream is usually sweet, and this probably wasn't sweet. Not wanting Emotion to develop a strange impression, Kaido reluctantly took a bite. It was bitter. Do I need to readjust my taste buds? No, Emotion, it's not you. It's just that this flavoring isn't like Earth's. Is that so? Yeah, this is what we call bitter. Kaido prided himself on being able to tolerate most unpalatable foods. The meals during his imprisonment were so bad he could barely stomach them. But just the discrepancy from the taste he remembered was enough to leave him feeling defeated. He swallowed it like medicine, without chewing. Before the next dish could appear, he made a request with a weary look in his eyes. Bring me the person responsible for this flavoring. Just one word, he had to say it or he wouldn't feel satisfied. Section, I see. So this is the pattern of an Earthling's taste buds. I'll make sure to share this for future reference. Thanks. He had been interviewed about Earthling taste buds without any ulterior motives. The mechanical intelligence that appeared as the responsible party brought out seasonings based on Kaido's explanation and quickly prepared one Earth dish. Kaido was at a loss for words when it was presented to him. He took a bite and was amazed by its deliciousness. Just by understanding the balance of flavors, it had changed so much. This is Master Kaido, what is this? I'm having an unprecedentedly positive reaction to this dish. It's fried rice, it's nostalgic. Kaido suddenly remembered the fried rice he had eaten at a restaurant with his parents during his childhood, when he still innocently believed in familial love. This was incomparably more delicious, but for some reason, he felt a stronger sense of nostalgia than taste. I know the name of the dish. I want to understand this reaction. It's delicious, that's all Emotion. This fried rice is delicious. This is. Emotion's unusually exaggerated reaction somehow drained the tension from the room. Taking a deep breath, Kaido shook off the nostalgia and said to Emotion, "Let's go see the ship." Yes. Let's do that. Emotion replied that it was scheduled as the next step, but then she added, I took a look at the catalog while you were resting. Given your nature, I've determined that there's no way to correct your tendency to prioritize your own tastes and preferences. So the ship is fine based on the catalog. However, since I'll be on board, I won't allow it to be a half-baked ship, so keep that in mind. Yes. Emotion had completely shut down Kaido's opinion. So you're planning to come along as an operator, huh? Not letting those words slip out from the tip of my tongue might just have been the best play of the day. Section. Third-rank citizen Mr. Enikrajif. Mr. Hamadu greeted them in the pack shipyard. Hamadu raised his right arm, which was about as tall as Kaido. We've come to discuss our ship. The base model's ready to go. Wait, what? Hamadu looked down at Kaido with amusement as he explained. We already got word from your proxy, Miss Emotion, that you'd be taking this one. We always keep stock on hand for the representative Terrapora Panizio. Though, Hardly anyone's interested in buying these, so they mostly just sit here. My apologies. I'm Emotion, the one who contacted you earlier. If it's been in stock, does that mean the ship itself is outdated? Nice to meet you, Miss Emotion. No, we've been upgrading it regularly. There's still some fine-tuning to do, but this ship is the latest model used by the representative Terrapora Panizio. If you handle it well, it can do anything. Literally anything. Hamadu let out a puff of steam from the top of his head. Was it a sigh? Dilgener vents from around the ears, while Hamadu does it from the top of his head. It's probably just a quirk of each mechanical intelligence, but it's still hard to get used to. Still, Emotion's reaction was noticeable. It wasn't exactly hostile, but the air felt tense. First, regarding the interior, I'll take responsibility for Master Kaido's life support systems. I'll share energy from my own body, so please set it up as a function independent from the ship's main systems. Please install a life support block that covers the space used for operating the ship. In the worst-case scenario, we should be able to abandon the ship and use the life support block alone to reach the Federation. Whoa, going that far, huh? I don't mind, but the ship's going to end up pretty bulky. That's fine. If it increases the chances of protecting Master Kaido's life, I'll accept it. Emotion. The request was unusually specific and thorough. When Kaido called out to Emotion, she turned just her head toward him. At least twist your upper body a little. It's creepy. Master Kaido, this is something inherent to the Federation's nature, so I think it's unavoidable. Hi. Since having backups for life is considered normal here, the concept of life support on ships is generally neglected. Unless this function is implemented, I cannot allow Master Kaido to board this ship. Kaido nodded at Emotion's words. So, because people can revive in new bodies even after death, the life support systems on ships are kept to a minimum. Of course, the ship's performance itself is far beyond Earth standards, so accidents are probably rare. Even Kaido himself can't say he's completely detached from Earth's perspective on life. Just because there's a backup body with the same cells and memories doesn't necessarily mean it's truly him. If Master Kaido doesn't mind losing his life and prefers a more stylish exterior, I can withdraw this proposal. No, let's go with this plan. I'm not fully assimilated into the Federation's way of thinking yet. Even if there's a backup, I'd prefer to live a long life in this body. I'm relieved. I see, so that's how species who view life as finite think. Got it, I'll get started right away. Hamadu didn't comment on our old-fashioned thinking, but seemed to accept it as he began working. As Kaido watched the work with interest, Emotion quietly approached. By the way, Emotion whispered into Kaido's ear. That ship, it's built to the same standards as the ones used by the Terrapora Panizio. If Master Kaido's output drops, like from dozing off, the life support system itself will fail. Seriously? Ah, right. The Terrapora Panizio are a hive mind, so they can probably take turns sleeping or something. Kaido's body has been modified to endure long periods without food, water, or sleep, but even that has its limits. Thanks, Emotion. That sent a chill down my spine. You're welcome. Kaido unconsciously clutched his chest and let out a deep breath. In a way, this moment might have been the most striking realization of the difference between them and the Federation. Now, about the ship's equipment. Master Kaido's psychic abilities will be the basis for operating the ship, but what about armaments? Armaments? Things like destroying asteroids we might collide with, or battles with other civilizations or space pirates, if such people even exist. Kaido vaguely looked at his future ship, which was transforming from a flat fighter-like shape to a chubby, rounded form. It reminds me of something. What was it? In any case, Kaido felt a strong inspiration looking at the ship. He confidently spoke up. I want hands. Hands. This time it was Emotion's turn to be shocked. Section. As Kaido and Emotion went back and forth about the ship's equipment, Hamadu, who had been working, made a strange noise. It didn't seem directed at them, but the work itself had stopped. Before Kaido could ask what happened, Hamadu turned his head unit toward them. It wasn't as creepy as Emotion's reaction, probably because Hamadu's design isn't as human-like. Third-rank Citizen Enikrajif. We've received a message from Dilgener of Zagia. He's asking if you could come back for a moment. Dilgener. Kaido had no idea what this was about. As Kaido and Emotion exchanged glances, Hamadu spoke up again. You've got that ship you rode to Zagia, right? He wants to discuss what to do with it. The goodbye Earth. Kaido had completely forgotten about it. Scratching his head, Emotion beside him placed a hand on his chin and tilted his head. I've been curious about that too, but the Council has requested that we not leave this central star cluster for now. That's been taken care of. The representative from Zagia has already gotten permission from the Council. There might be other things to discuss too. I see. What will you do, Master Kaido? This wasn't the time to be spacing out. Kaido had to answer. He quickly nodded. If we've got permission, of course, we'll go. Emotion, let's schedule an appointment with the Terrapora Panizio who's free. Hold on, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. Hamadu interrupted Kaido's instructions to Emotion and pointed to the ship he was working on. The life support block installation and functionality checks are done per Miss Emotion's request. Why don't you take this ship there? As far as imagination and willpower can reach, anything is possible. That's essentially what Kaido's psychic abilities are supposed to be. The remaining adjustments and modifications can be done with Dilgener in Zagia. Just remember, no combat until then since there's no armaments. Kaido nodded at Hamadu's words and turned his focus inward. He'd received some explanation when he was modified, but this was the first time he'd use his psychic abilities consciously. Drawing on the countless classic literary works he'd read, Kaido began to define for himself how he would wield his powers. A purple spark ran through his hair. Master Kaido. All right. He visualized it. Kaido's feet gently left the ground. He willed the ship to open, and part of it did so to welcome him in. Like Zagia, the ship's parts themselves moved to adjust the space. Focusing on entering the ship, his floating body moved forward without any effort. Hamadu let out an impressed puff of steam. Hey, not bad. Did you practice before coming here? Not at all, I just imagined it. That's amazing. Maybe Earthlings have a natural affinity for psychic abilities or something. Oh wait. Master Kaido, hold on a second. Emotion, who had been watching Kaido board the ship in a daze, seemed to reboot and hurriedly boarded as well. Once Emotion was inside, Kaido willed the open part of the ship to close. The interior went dark for a moment before being bathed in soft light. Surrounded by equipment whose purpose he didn't understand, Kaido found a single, comfortable-looking chair in the center. Without thinking much, he sat down and felt energy flow into the various devices. Whoa. His whole body trembled with excitement. It was like turning on a new electronic device for the first time, or reading a book that perfectly matched his tastes. The walls around him became transparent, allowing him to see the surroundings. The only thing maintaining its form was the chair he was sitting on. Looking around curiously, he noticed that Emotion, who had boarded with him, was nowhere to be seen. Hey Emotion. Function grasp complete. Did you call, Master Kaido? From the shadow of the chair, Emotion's familiar spherical form appeared. Emotion, did you shrink? This form is easier for operation. The humanoid form tends to block the view no matter where it is. That's true. Thanks to Federation technology, the tiny machines that make up Emotion's humanoid body are hidden away where they won't interfere. It's fascinating. Having Emotion floating beside him gave Kaido a strange sense of comfort. While he didn't dislike the humanoid or android forms, the spherical shape was by far the most reassuring. Master Kaido, I have a question too. What is it? Earlier, there was a discharge from your hair when you used your psychic abilities. Is that how it's supposed to look when you use them? Nah, I just thought it looked cool. Is that so? Kiru, it went. Even though it should have been unnecessary, the Emotion made such a sound from somewhere. Section. Just by thinking move like this, the ship turned. A communication came in from Hamadu. While the route map for exiting the dock was being transferred to Emotion, Kaido, having nothing else to do, engaged in small talk. Third-rank citizen Enikrajif, sir. You're really amazing. Apart from the Terrapora Panizio folk, I've never seen anyone handle it so skillfully from the start. No, it's easy because it moves to some extent just by thinking. Is that so? Let me pass on a hint from the Terrapora Panizio folk about operating this ship. This ship is an extension device that amplifies your own power. As long as you use it as if it were a part of your body, it will always respond to your thoughts. To be honest, Neither we mechanical intelligences nor other races fully understand what they mean by that. But perhaps you might be able to understand. Like a part of my body, huh? I'll keep that in mind. Somehow, it's not an incomprehensible idea. Kaido consciously tries to treat the ship as if it were a part of his body. Just doing that makes him feel as if he can sense even the air currents around the ship. Ready, Master Kaido, displaying the guide, follow it. Got it, emotion. All right, let's go. The hatch opens, revealing the sky. Move, Kaido commanded the ship. Section. Up until exiting into space according to the guide, there were no particular issues. As Hamaru had hinted, the ship obediently followed Kaido's thoughts. Just as he was about to set course for Zagia, he suddenly realized something important. By the way, emotion. Yes. How far is it from here to Zagia? How many light years should I say for you to visualize it? How long did it take us to get here from Zagia last time? At that time, all measurements were completely off. It definitely didn't take months, but should I go back to the surface and have them send me to Zagia again? As that thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. Kaido should be able to use the same kind of power as the Terrapora Panizio. That means he should also be able to use that faster-than-light travel that defies logic. Recalling what happened then, he visualizes the shape of Zagia. It's ahead. Head toward it as fast as possible. So, you're saying I should warp, right? Is that the challenge from the Terrapora Panizio, perhaps? Probably. By the way, do normal ships have warp-like devices? No, it seems they haven't been developed yet. For urgent jobs, it's common to hire at least one Terrapora Panizio individual to accompany the fleet. Otherwise, you just fly at the ship's specs, huh? That's the patience of a species with no lifespan for you. That means if it were a normal ship, the journey would have been quite a hassle. What started as a romantic notion seemed to have accidentally hit the mark. After some trial and error in his mind, he felt a sense of progress. To avoid forgetting, he focused and exerted his power. Absolutely. Emotion's exasperated agreement faded into the scene he had seen earlier. Section. It wasn't something he was intimately familiar with, but as the shape of the solar system came into view, he felt an inexplicable nostalgia. Jupiter wasn't visible, but Zagia, located near Jupiter's orbit, was approaching. They must have detected Kaido too, as at some point, a pulling force enveloped the ship. Guess it's just a matter of following the guidance now. Emotion, how long will it take? About 2 hours, I'd say. I doubt you'll feel like analyzing it. Perhaps because he had handed over control, Emotion, now in human form, muttered. Zagia was approaching. A massive artificial celestial body, blending into the blackness of space. Oh, it seems we're being guided to a different place than where we first entered. Is that so? Yes. To Kaido, it all looked the same. In any case, just like with the Goodbye Earth, the ship was quietly drawn into the artificial celestial body. Section. When he disembarked, there were not only the Goodbye Earth but several other ships there. Hey, welcome back, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. Mr. Dilgener, I'm back. The one who greeted him was Dilgener. Ritmeal was apparently with the representative. Dilgener said he'd like Kaido to join them after he was done here. Is this the dock? Yeah, the one for Federation citizens. The previous place was a different section. You know, it gets complicated when you first meet species that look completely different. That's considerate of you. Thank you. As Emotion had said, the place where they were brought was different. Taking it as a sign of trust, he turned his attention to the main issue, the Goodbye Earth. The ship, which hadn't been altered in any way, looked disappointingly shabby compared to the others. Dilgener shook his arm thoughtfully. Originally, I was going to bring up the ship matter myself. Is that so? Yeah. The plan was to use this Goodbye Earth as material to manufacture and provide a new ship. If the Terrapora Panizio folk hadn't interfered, that is. Dilgener let out a puff of steam near his ear. It seemed even here, their eccentricities often disrupted plans. Incidentally, Ritmeal was with the representative, because there was a risk the representative might head to Earth on his own if left unsupervised. Considering their passion for Earth's jellyfish, it's a plausible concern. By the way, the directive to monitor the representative came from other space jellyfish in the Federation. Despite being all connected in consciousness, they apparently can't stand anyone trying to sneak ahead. It's confusing. So, what now? I didn't expect you to build up assets so quickly over there. No matter how much we modify it here, it won't outperform a Federation-made ship, so it's better to adjust it here as is. That part was Dilgener's area of expertise. Kaido had no particular objections. All he felt was sentimentality toward the Goodbye Earth and perhaps some cultural aspects. Well, it's not without its value as a historical artifact. We've already scanned it, so even including the damage, it's easy to reconstruct. Honestly, there's no point in keeping it. Unless you're planning to add it to your collection, there's no issue with dismantling it now. Is that so? Selling it wouldn't make sense. There's no use in modifying the ship. Kaido knew that dismantling it was the best option. He alternated his gaze between his future partnership and the Goodbye Earth. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Hey, emotion. Yes. Can we disassemble this and attach it to the new ship? Another strange idea. Was it strange? Sentimental as it was, the Goodbye Earth was Kaido's home since his exile, the ship he used to leave his homeland, and in some ways it could have been his tombstone or coffin. Rather than just dismantling and discarding it, he wanted to give it a meaningful form. Kaido's idea wasn't outright rejected by emotion, it wasn't rejected. Section. The dismantling didn't take much time. After retrieving his beloved terminal, countless arms attached themselves to the ship's body. The Goodbye Earth, disassembled into countless parts, was processed into small steel plates. So, you're going to attach these plates to the ship's outer hull. It's doable, but I don't think it'll add much to the armor. That's fine, I'm not attaching them for defense. Once he decided to do it, new ideas started flowing. That's the power of imagination. He manipulated the steel plates with his psychic abilities, shaping them into something resembling a human hand. Perhaps due to the limits of Kaido's imagination, the arms turned out oddly thin, while the hands were strangely large. The balance is a bit off. Well, the thickness of the arms doesn't affect functionality, so it's fine. You hadn't given up on that idea, had you? While emotion's exasperated tone wasn't new, Dilgener, who had been watching Kaido nearby, expressed admiration. Ho, you're rearranging the steel plates attached to the ship into shapes. That's an interesting idea. Right, you get it, Mr. Dilgener. At first glance, it seems wasteful, but having a form closer to your body allows for finer control. You're not thinking of adding legs, are you, Master Kaido? Why would a ship need legs? Where would it even walk? I don't know, but hearing such a logical statement feels unsatisfying. Emotion's words were likely sarcastic, but they didn't reach Kaido. Her brow was furrowed, but it was unclear how much the design resembled a human body. He tried moving the hand he had created. The fingers moved, and he could detach just the clenched fist. It seemed surprisingly versatile. This could be interesting if applied to the system. It's been a while since I've been this stimulated, third-rank citizen Anakrajif. That's good to hear. When he released the energy he had been channeling, the connections loosened, and the plates returned to their scattered state. The equipment controlled by Dilgener attached them to the ship's hull as they clattered to the ground. Perhaps because they had been manipulated with psychic energy, the plates adhered smoothly to the ship's surface. The way they attached, showing a flexibility uncharacteristic of steel, was a sight that defied conventional wisdom. By the time all the plates from the Goodbye Earth had been attached, the ship's hull had swelled to nearly double its original size. So, sometimes they'll be arms, and other times they'll blend into the ship's surface. Interesting, but this makes it difficult to add armaments. Armaments, oh well, there's always the option of hurling the detached plates at high speed. Even though he tried to make it sound like a plausible excuse, the truth was that Kaido simply didn't feel very excited about equipping the ship with weapons. That said, since being modified, this vague, floaty feeling of his had mostly been on point, so he decided to trust his intuition again this time. Sure enough, after Dilgener looked up at the empty sky and froze for a moment, he turned his gaze back to Kaido, staring intently. You're unexpectedly ruthless in your thinking, huh? Section. After attaching the steel plates, Kaido finished the adjustments by tidying up the exterior somewhat. The once rounded hull regained a somewhat streamlined shape, with the front and back distinguishable, and a decorative pedestal-like structure added to the bow. Unless it was sunk, this ship would be his eternal companion. Now, all that's left is to decide on the ship's name. The ship's name. Yeah, We need to inform the Federation's database that Kaito, third-rank citizen Enikrajif, is the owner. So I'm counting on you. This was the biggest problem. Kaito's naming sense, which had received overwhelmingly negative feedback from emotion. The ship's chunky shape and the countless steel plates attached to it. He had a vague idea, but he wasn't sure if it would gain emotion's approval. As Kaito was pondering, emotion gently spoke up. Please don't worry about me. Emotion. Even if the name is far from my aesthetic sensibilities, you are Master Kaito after all. I might laugh sometimes, but please don't let it bother you. That just adds more pressure. Still, since he'd already thought of it, there was no choice but to say it. If it was rejected, he'd just have to think of something else. How about Queen Bee? Queen Bee, why that name? Well, for one, the hull looks like a beehive, and the steel plates attached to it remind me of worker bees. And well, it's just a feeling. Ahem. Surprisingly, emotion's reaction wasn't all that bad. She nodded repeatedly, muttering the name as if savoring it. Queen Bee, it fits the visual image, and the idea of likening the steel plates to worker bees is quite good. Unexpected. Very good. That's great to hear. Thank you, Kaito said, relieved. Between the Goodbye Earth and Queen Bee, there's no doubt about Master Kaito's naming sense when it comes to ships. Though, the way she added a strange accent when saying, though, suggested that emotion still held a grudge about her own name. It was complicated, but as long as he wasn't being ridiculed, it was fine. Kaito decided to quickly ask Dilgener to register the ship's name. Queen Bee, huh? Registration complete, all right. Kaito, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. Queen Bee is now registered as your asset within the Federation. As a companion to you and emotion, sixth-rank citizen Abarug, please take good care of it for a long time. Of course. Thank you, Dilgener. It seemed that emotion had been granted status as sixth-rank citizen, Abarug. While lower than Kaito's, it was still a fairly high rank. The council members must have worked hard for this. Finally, both of them had secured their positions within the Federation. Kaito felt like he'd managed to repay emotion in some small way. All right, now, head over to the representative. That was the other matter, right? Yeah. There's a bit of a problem, Dilgener replied. Did the representative try to sneak off to Earth? Our staff managed to stop that. Actually, well, it's better if you hear it from the representative. Just keep in mind that there's a matter where we'd like your judgment. Kaito, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. My judgment, understood. Thank you for everything, Dilgener. The fact that Dilgener hesitated meant that pressing him further would just cause trouble. Nodding, Kaito noticed movement at the edge of his vision. A passageway had opened, so it seemed the representatives were monitoring them. Kaito gave Dilgener a quick bow before urging emotion toward the passage. The two of them walked down the slightly curved passageway as usual. The only difference was that emotion wasn't flying this time. Master Kaito, what do you think the representative's matter is about? Who knows? I have no idea. If they need my judgment, it's probably something related to Earth. Could it be about sneaking off? That's possible. They might ask us to take them on Queen Bee. Given Queen Bee's capacity, I don't think the representative's body would fit. They chatted casually, without any tension. It wasn't long ago that they were talking about oxygen and gravity, but it felt like they'd already grown accustomed to the Federation. The end of the passageway came into view. Their bodies felt lighter, but they used their abilities to prevent themselves from floating. As they stood in front of the wall, it quietly slid open, revealing the representative and Ritmeal inside. Enough. It's fine to prepare my ship, isn't it? The representative shouted. Absolutely not. The central cluster's orders are clear. Movement is to be done in Zagia units. What will happen if the representative goes ahead? They were shouting at each other at the top of their voices. Kaito was about to silently turn on his heel when Ritmeal noticed them. Unfortunately, they made eye contact. The color of her fur shimmered like a rainbow. What could that mean? Kaito, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. Good, we've been waiting for you. Hi there, hello. Kaito, third-rank citizen Enikrajif. I'm sorry for the back and forth. I had originally planned for you to stay in the central cluster a bit longer, but there are a few matters we need to discuss. The representative seemed to have regained his composure and waved one of his tentacles gently. Matters to discuss. One of them was likely the fate of the Goodbye Earth. How many others were there? Kaito, third-rank citizen Enikrajif, please stop the representative. He won't listen to reason about taking his own ship to Earth ahead of the others. The Council has ordered that Earth's environmental recovery be approached with the Zagia. Given the surviving Earthlings, someone needs to go and assess the situation before the Zagia arrives. You understand that, don't you, Ritmeal? That's why, but there's no reason for the representative to go. Besides, the representative's appearance is different from the Earthlings. Internal regulations state that a species with a similar appearance is an absolute requirement. We're similar enough, jellyfish and all. You don't look like an Earth's intelligent beings, do you? From their argument, the representative's obsession with Earth jellyfish became clear. If the representative was like this, the other Terrapolyponesios were probably the same. Kaito couldn't help but wonder if they'd all end up gathering on Earth. And that aside, there was something Kaito couldn't ignore. He decided to stop the two of them since the conversation wasn't going anywhere. Ritmeal, calm down. I couldn't help but overhear something. Survivors? Earthlings? Kaito asked. Yes, currently there are about 600,000 Earthlings surviving on Earth. It seemed he hadn't misheard, but 600,000. When Kaito was arrested, Earth's population was around 13 billion. In the time Kaito was cut off from the world, and in the half-year since, it had dropped to 1/20,000th of that. Hearing it like this, Kaito couldn't help but wonder why Earth had perished. According to Ritmeal, there were 3 groups of about 100,000 people gathered in several locations, one large group of 250,000, and the rest scattered across Earth. Kaito thought he didn't feel any nostalgia, but hearing the details made him feel an indescribable loneliness. He'd felt it during meals too, but when he decided to head for Jupiter, did he know it would come to this? Is the matter about their treatment? Kaito asked. That's part of it. Regardless of your actual standing on Earth, the Federation has recognized you, Kaito, third-rank citizen Enikrajif, as Earth's representative. We, the Federation, see those who unjustly turn their fellow beings into criminals and cast them into space as people we could abandon without issue. I appreciate the sentiment. The representative's words were met with agreement from Ritmeal. Given her sympathy for Kaito's situation, she didn't seem to have a favorable impression of those still living on Earth. Even the representative, despite being preoccupied with Earth jellyfish, referred to the Federation rather than us. Considering their ecology, his words could be taken as the Federation's collective opinion. Kaito couldn't speak based solely on his emotions. Lowering his gaze, he thought about what would be best. Could the Federation grant citizenship to those 600,000 people? It's not impossible. Their citizenship would be fixed at the 13th rank, and we could immediately prepare a residential area capable of housing 600,000. Are you sure? I think the Earth culture emotion possesses is more of a shared asset of Earthlings than my personal property. If we overlook the cost of Queen Bee and return it to them, it would ease my conscience. I see, you really are suited to be a Federation citizen. Truly, even though those guys will probably reclaim it, it's fine to leave it to them. Huh. He caught another one of Ritmeal's words. Those guys. From the context, it didn't seem to refer to Earthlings. Ritmeal, who are those guys? Those who aren't part of the Federation. Somehow they caught wind of it and have been descending to Earth to make contact with the Earthlings, Ritmeal explained. Another civilization. Not exactly. They were originally a species belonging to the Federation. They committed unforgivable taboos and were exiled en masse. You've heard in the Council, haven't you? They're the relatives of those who tampered with your planet. The representative's supplementary explanation made Kaito nod thoughtfully. It seemed that actual contact began shortly after Kaito headed to the central cluster. According to Ritmeal, they likely spent about half a year observing the situation after the collapse of Earth civilization. They hadn't approached earlier because Zagia was still monitoring the area, but they had continued their observations. The reason they finally set foot on Earth was apparently because they detected movement within Zagia. They likely assumed that Zagia was preparing to withdraw, as it was standard practice for the Federation to retreat from a destroyed planet of the Children of Sin. In reality, Zagia was preparing for Earth's environmental restoration, so their assumption was completely off the mark. Why are they trying to collect the Earthlings? They probably want to play God. They'll extend a helping hand, pretend to save them. and then sell them off to civilizations outside the Federation under the guise of rare species. I've heard they were exiled from the Federation for doing things like that, yet they keep applying to rejoin the Federation. They're shameless. It was clear that Ritmeal had no love for either the Earthlings or those aliens. But if the future of the Earthlings was to end up as commodities in a slave trade, that was even worse. If they chose that path themselves, that would be one thing, but as their guide, it was only right to provide them with other options. Their arrogance has gone too far. Let's consider this a fortunate turn of events. Thanks to the choice of Kaido, third-rank citizen Enekrajif, the Earthlings have become Federation citizens. We cannot allow them to be subjected to such unjust treatment as human trafficking. That's right, it seems some Earthlings have already been taken. We need to hurry. The Federation had already begun taking action. It had been about 3 Earth days since Kaido made contact with the Federation. To think they had already started moving people within a day or two, these interstellar kidnappers operated on a scale and speed that far exceeded Kaido's understanding. As Kaido watched the footage from the surveillance drones, that's the only way to describe them in Earthling terms, he felt his expression freeze. There, in the middle right of the screen, was a man with wings, chatting amiably with someone. He seemed to be in a leadership position. He looked familiar, though Kaido couldn't quite place him. His face wasn't unpleasant, but something about him gave Kaido a bad feeling. Master Kaido. Emotion. That man in the middle right of the screen, the one with white hairs, I feel like I've seen him before. Scan complete. Master Kaido, that man is Gilbert Jane. Even Emotion's voice was unusually sharp. A white-haired man who seemed friendly. He looked somewhat aged, but there was no mistaking it. He was a man who had been exiled from Earth 7 years before Kaido, sentenced to life imprisonment. Ritmeal's fur turned white as she observed the two of them. "Do you know him?" she asked. "Not personally, but in our generation, he was a notorious criminal, someone who made it into textbooks." Gilbert Jane. Unlike Kaido, who had been exiled on trumped-up charges as a political prisoner, Gilbert had been tried with clear evidence and testimony. His crimes? Human trafficking and war profiteering. This man's words alone caused the deaths of 1 million people. It was eerily similar to the current situation with the Earthlings. Interlude. A man named Gilbert Jane. The place where that man was born is uncertain. The oldest memory in his records is of him playing as one of the children in the slums of some country, with no knowledge of his parents. In a place where the value of life was lower than that of bread, he did whatever it took to survive. Though there are no records, it seems he had killed at least 3 people by his early teens. With his natural looks and sharp mind, he became a leader among the boys and girls in the slums. Watching the adults who came to the orphanage, he came up with a business idea: human trafficking. He would sell the children to wealthy families. It took him a year to cleverly win the trust of the elderly woman who owned the orphanage, to the point where she entrusted him with her work. It was during this time that he learned to read and write. Once he took over the work, things moved quickly. He brought in a tailor he had befriended and the owner of the brothel where he had been sleeping, and used them to dress up the children a little. He didn't discriminate between clients. Whether it was a serious couple looking for a child to adopt or a wealthy man with perverse desires for a handsome boy, he would hand them over without hesitation, as long as the price was right. In truth, any foster parent would have been a blessing for the children of the slums. The slums of that country were a living hell. Fewer than 1 in 10 children who lived there would make it to adulthood. To the children, he was a hero for giving them a roof over their heads, and for a long time, he himself believed that what he was doing was a good thing. Human life can be turned into money. That was the lesson Gilbert had learned. Gilbert was cunning. He gathered children who had lost their families into the orphanage and began indoctrinating them. He taught them to hate the powerful and to seek revenge against the country by using that very power. To the powerful, he marketed the orphans as a way to improve their image. "It'll look good if you take in children who have lost their parents," he would say. Many jumped at the offer and took in the children. They had no idea what kind of ideology had been planted in those children. 15 years later, a revolution broke out in that country. With many participants coming from the families of the powerful, the capital fell in less than 3 days. Most of the ruling class were beheaded, and a revolutionary government was established. The man who was pushed to become president of the revolutionary government was Gilbert Jayne. Without ever stepping into the spotlight himself, he had turned human life into a business and climbed to the top by the age of 50. But his fall from grace was just as swift. Gilbert was a master of human trafficking, but when it came to politics, he was a complete amateur. After 2 years of dictatorship, Gilbert Jayne was ousted as head of state. Arrested as a political criminal, he was sentenced to exile. It's said that the reason he wasn't executed was because he traded all the wealth he had amassed for his life. Section. Due to the collapse of Earth society, Gilbert's life sentence of exile came to an end, and he returned to the surface after nearly a decade. His muscles had weakened, and at first, he struggled even to stand. His main goal in returning was revenge against those who had betrayed him. But those feelings were shattered by the sight of Earth's faded glory. How many of those he wanted to take revenge on were even still alive? The place he arrived at wasn't his homeland. Growing a beard and hiding his face with his hair, Gilbert disguised himself as someone else, calling himself Damos. He began gathering survivors. Having more people around made it easier to search for food, but even that eventually reached a dead end. There were too many people. You're quite skilled at this. It's as if you're used to this kind of thing. Who are you peoples? We share the same ancestors as you. While rationing their meager supplies and searching for food and water across the barren land, Gilbert was starting to think they'd have to kill and eat someone to survive. That's when they were approached by beings who called themselves the Divine Ones. Just 5 in number, the Divine Ones possessed advanced technology that even Earth's science couldn't comprehend. "We've come from the edge of the sky to save you," they said. At first, Gilbert dismissed their words as nonsense, but when they provided food for the immediate future, he decided to accept their offer for the time being. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't understand how the Divine Ones had created the food. If they were useful, he'd use them. If they weren't, he'd sell them off. It was what he'd always done. The rumor that you wouldn't go hungry if you came to this place spread mysteriously. And by the time 6 months had passed since they landed, the population of the settlement had grown to hundreds of thousands. Then one day, the Divine Ones told Gilbert, "The main fleet is coming. Decide who will board the ships first." "Ships? Yes, this planet is dying. There's no future for you here." "It's finally happening," Gilbert thought. He nodded deeply, his lips twisting into a grin. "So, how many do I need to sell to improve my position?" One of the Divine Ones smiled a similarly twisted smile. "Did you notice?" he asked, laughing. "Of course I did," Gilbert thought. "It's the same thing I've been doing all along. How about 100,000? "Sold." Gilbert's smile was as clear and unclouded as it could be. Section. A ship carrying 100,000 people left Earth. One of the Divine Ones smirked on the deck. The buyers were already decided. He couldn't help but feel delighted at how smoothly the biggest deal in a long time had gone. The Federation's absolute fortress, Zagia, had moved. Based on past experience, it would abandon Earth and leave. That's why the higher-ups had acted. The smile faded, and he sighed. "How much more money do we need to rejoin the Federation?" "I don't know. The higher-ups are struggling too," replied one of the advanced team members who had also descended to the surface. "Are His Majesty and the others reaching their limit? We're in the same boat. If we can't regain our citizenship in the Federation, we have no future. Damn it, if only we could buy that system." The Divine Ones, exiled from the Federation, had their biological data erased. Without the ability to back up their lives, the stress of knowing death was permanent was eating away at their sanity. Thinking about it made his nerves sharp. To change the subject, he voiced a random thought. "Speaking of those mortals." "Yeah. Why did we choose him?" Before taking their merchandise, under the guise of protection, the Divine Ones selected a representative. Gilbert had been the second choice. That woman they called the General would have been better, wouldn't she? She was far more capable than him. No, the man is better. Why? That woman acted for the future of the mortals. That man acts for his own desires. And it's simple. If we set the bait, he'll try to use us for his own gain. The answer, that he only cared about himself, made perfect sense. Out of the candidates they had considered, Gilbert was the one who fit the Divine One's criteria. "Is that why you destroyed the woman?" Yes, left alone, she would have opposed us. Not dangerous, but troublesome, don't you think? True. Say, what if we let him get Federation citizenship? Ahem. Use his cunning to funnel the system to us. Or we could blend in with the mortals and gain citizenship ourselves. That's not a bad idea. The ultimate goal of the Divine Ones was to return to the Federation. The seeds of life their kind had planted on undeveloped planets were based on their own genetic information. To them, the Earthlings, for whom death was the end, were nothing but inferior beings. That's why they looked down on them as mortals. They couldn't bear to remain mortals themselves. That's why they wanted to return to the Federation and restore their life backups, replacing their fear of death with disdain for mortals. The first wave of the Divine One's ships carried the pitiful Earthlings to their buyers. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4, Becoming the Protagonist of a Space Opera. Kaido's request was accepted without much issue. The sale of Earth's cultural information, which was in the process of being priced, would, once completed, become a shared asset of the Earthlings who joined the Federation rather than Kaido's personal property. At this point, it's safe to assume that the assets are already enough to elevate all Earthlings to the status of 10th-class citizens, Gidbria. If they can reach 7th-class citizens, Tetnurch, they'll gain the right to reside on natural planets. From there, it'll be up to the Earthlings' own efforts. That's enough. From there, it's up to them to decide how they want to live. As Kaido Crouch, who was raised to be a leader of humanity, this was likely his final task, guiding Earth's humanity into the new framework of the Federation. For the journey to Earth, Kaito decided to go ahead in the Queen Bee rather than the Zagia. Arriving in such a massive vessel might unintentionally intimidate the Earthlings. Boarding the Queen Bee, Kaido channeled his will into power. Then Ritmeal and others would follow shortly after, though the representative had to stay behind to manage the Zagia's movement. I hope they can endure the wait. The first group of the so-called divine people had already left Earth. It seemed that, with the assistance of Terrapora Panizio no longer available, they had developed an alternative method of travel. The idea of warp technology, achieved through scientific means, stirred the blood of any classic sci-fi fan. Let's go, emotion. Yes, Captain, Captain. Since you're the master of the Queen Bee, I thought that title would be more fitting. If you prefer master, I can use that instead. No, Captain is fine. Captain Kaido, I like the sound of that. The display showed a guidance path. It seemed the Zagia's preparations were complete. Forward, Kaido focused intently. Section. Impressive, he's handling that ship remarkably well. Yes, it's surprising. Watching the Queen Bee depart, Ritmeal continued preparing her own ship. The representative contacted her telepathically. While it was a bit of a nuisance, since the topic was Kaido, she engaged in the conversation. Ritmeal's ship, known as the Assault Vessel Agonrange, was operated by her and a crew of 4. There was still some time before departure preparations were complete. Is that really the same type of ship that the representatives use? I've heard that only the Terrapora Panizio can properly operate them. There's no doubt that ship is a Daikigiazalmos. We knew Kaido, a third-class citizen Enikrajif, had the aptitude, but I didn't expect him to handle it so masterfully. Does that mean the Earthlings as a whole might have that kind of potential? Unlikely. There's no record of Earthlings using this power in their daily lives. It's more reasonable to consider it Kaido's unique talent. Ritmeal felt a small sense of relief at the representative's words. Her blue fur flickered. While Kaido himself was a trustworthy and admirable individual, Earthlings as a species were still too immature to be fully trusted. If the entire species had the potential to wield the same power as the Terrapora Panizio, the Daikigiazalmos, in the hands of anyone other than the Terrapora Panizio, it was just a flawed ship. But when powered by psychic abilities, it could become a weapon of mass destruction capable of annihilating entire stars. Historically, the Terrapora Panizio had once single-handedly defeated a star cluster-sized army. Just knowing that such a threat was unlikely to emerge was somewhat reassuring. Then why does only Kaido possess this talent? It's not mere coincidence. We believe his exile and the circumstances surrounding it granted him this ability later in life. The Federation, starting with the Terrapora Panizio, named this power physical interference through the projection of will into external space. While physical modifications to grant such abilities were developed early on, no amount of training allowed anyone to control the Daikigyosalmos as effortlessly as Kaido. Borrowing Earth's terminology, it's akin to psychic powers. If we were to define it in words, the closest description would be the expansion of the self. Expansion of the self. For example, if an intelligent being wants to reach food that's out of reach, they might use a tool. Or they might create a tool to do so. Yes, that makes sense. Some might enhance their physical abilities to climb to higher places. The former is achieved through wisdom, the latter through growth. But sometimes, there's no time to wait. Intelligent beings, to varying degrees, possess sociality. That's why they can cooperate, share burdens, and accomplish things they couldn't alone. The growth of a species is more about societal growth than individual growth. That's why the expansion of the self and societal growth are inherently at odds. The expansion of the self is when someone who can't rely on others, who can't wait for wisdom or physical growth, extends their framework beyond their body through sheer willpower. That's what a researcher studying our power once said. So, for those of us in the Federation, this ability is harder to develop. Exactly. We are a collective, but as such, all individuals share a single consciousness. In other words, we are social yet individual. That's why the expansion of the self is possible for us. To develop psychic powers, one must be an intelligent being, but at the same time, they must also be an individual detached from society. Federation citizens, while free, are also under complete protection, making it difficult for them to expand the self. Ritmeal found herself deeply convinced by this theory. In that case, Kaido, the third-class citizen Enikrajif, was exploited without consent, arrested for a crime he didn't commit, and sentenced to exile. Whether he is aware of it or not, he probably has completely given up on his own kind, the Earth people, from the bottom of his heart. While his body is that of an Earthling, his spirit has already fully developed into the individual life form known as Kaido Crouch. That's why he was able to develop psychic powers and operate the Daikigyosalmos at a level that even the Terrapora Panizio found astonishing. But it's also a very sad thing. Ritmeal wished that, at the very least, he could open his heart to his fellow Federation members. Representative, if Kaido lives as a Federation citizen, will his powers weaken over time? Who knows? He might not even seek the Federation's protection. Ritmeal wanted to refute the representative's dismissive words, but no retort came to mind. Vice Representative Ritmeal were ready. Ritmeal told herself it was because the ship's departure preparations were complete. Section, the distance that took half a year to traverse on the way, there was now covered in less than half a day thanks to the ship's improved performance. However, it wouldn't be good to alert the divine people. Kaido attempted to disguise the Queen Bee as an asteroid by attracting nearby rocks. A few steel plates detached from the outer hull, propelled by Kaido's power, flew through space. They connected via an invisible force field, surrounding the rock and moving it toward the Queen Bee. Simultaneously, the Queen Bee decelerated, maneuvering to align itself with the rock. "You're quite skilled, Captain. Thanks." "Got it." The Queen Bee's arms firmly grasped the rock. Now, it was just a matter of heading toward Earth. Once they entered the atmosphere, they could release the rock and descend to the surface. Kaido adjusted the course, heading straight for Earth. Emotions navigation was flawless. "Captain, I take back what I said earlier. The arms are quite useful. Told you." Kaido's hair crackled with purple electricity. As he pondered what the next step should be, idly touching his hair, emotions spoke up with a hint of exasperation. "By the way, Captain, isn't that hair of yours a bit of a waste of power?" "What are you talking about, emotion? Psychic powers are all about imagination. The cooler you make it, the stronger you'll get, right?" Kiro. It seemed emotion had finally started using words instead of just sounds. If emotion had something to say, it should just say it. Whether Kaido listened or not was another matter. For now, Kaido decided to change the subject. "Well, this is the final task. Once it's done, I'd like to take this ship to all sorts of places." "What kind of places?" "First, the other star systems in the Federation. I'm also interested in the habitable planets. Once I've seen most of them, I'd like to venture outside the Federation's territory." That sounds interesting. By the way, what about the Earthlings taken by the divine people? At that question, Kaido couldn't help but bury his face in his hands. He didn't know how many had been taken, but abandoning them wouldn't sit well with him. Right, that's a thing. Guess we'll have to prioritize that. Though Kaido didn't necessarily have to save them all himself. Well, I'll ask for help from the Federation on that front. Oh, what's up? Nothing, I just didn't expect you to rely on the Federation. I'm a Federation citizen. It's only natural to rely on them. I'm not an isolationist. My apologies. Kaido felt like saying, Kuru Kuru Kuru, right back at Emotion, who sounded genuinely surprised. Earth was getting closer. The reddish-brown hue seemed to be growing more pronounced. While artificial satellites were visible in the vicinity, there was no sign of any divine ships. Behind them, Ritmeal and the other Federation ships were following. It was unclear how many divine people were on the surface, but Ritmeal and the others would likely notice them soon. Kaido wanted to land before their attention shifted. Emotion, prepare for atmospheric entry. Understood. What's the plan once we're on Earth? Landing in the water would be more natural, right? Once we're safely down, we'll split up. I'll head to the surface and join their settlements, but I'll have a separate task for you. Is this a solo mission? I wouldn't recommend it. It's important, very important. In a way, it might even be more important than protecting the Earthlings. What is it? Protecting the Earth jellyfish. If the state of the ocean is such that they go extinct before the Terrapora Panisio arrive. Understood, we'll prioritize their protection. I'm glad you understand. The response was immediate. Emotions seemed to grasp the situation correctly, which was a relief. Normally, they're excessively rational and logical, but if they were to hear that the jellyfish were already extinct, the whole idea of protecting the Earthlings might be thrown out the window. Just then, Kaido felt a force pulling the rocks and the ship's hull. It seemed they were entering Earth's influence. There was no shaking. The rocks were starting to glow red, but it didn't seem to affect Queen Bee at all. Once again, Kaido was reminded of the advanced technology of the Federation. Captain Kaido, we need to decelerate. No, it's fine, Emotion. Queen Bee was in a near free fall. Emotion sent out a warning, but Kaido confidently gazed at the approaching sea surface on the screen. Stop, Queen Bee. And just like that, as if mocking all the laws of physics, Queen Bee came to a halt just above the sea surface. Say, just so you know, Captain, what is it? According to the catalog specs, even Federation ships aren't supposed to pull off such reckless braking maneuvers. Please don't try this with any ship other than Queen Bee. Don't worry. I don't plan on piloting anything other than Queen Bee. Jiro Jiro Jiro, a stronger than usual sound came from Emotion. Maybe updates even enhance its range of expressions. Section. Leaving the underwater exploration to Emotion in Queen Bee, Kaido flew at low altitude using his psychic powers, heading toward densely populated human areas. He planned to switch to walking once he got closer to people. As for Queen Bee, he was confident it would come immediately if called, even from the other side of the Earth. Once he landed on the ground, he noticed a stark contrast between the reddish-brown areas and the parts that retained their natural colors. It was as if the reddish-brown areas had been drained of vitality by something. The reddish-brown areas, whether plants or man-made structures, seemed dried out and were beginning to erode. In some places he passed, the remains of concrete buildings had already started crumbling in the wind. Even in the areas where some vitality remained, there was no sign of human presence in the urban areas. If the lifelines were severed, the only life left in the cities would be the abandoned goods. There was no sign that electricity or water was still functioning. Ah, maybe I should have come with Emotion. 90% of the human population on Earth had perished. What about the other creatures? Since the air was still breathable, the plants must still be clinging to life. It had been 6 months since society collapsed, so there must have been a significant number of deaths from starvation and disease in that time, but still. This was the kind of situation where emotion sensors would have been useful. From the air, he could see a patchwork of red and green. Occasionally, abandoned human bones were blown around by the wind. It seemed there was no one left in this area. It might be safe to hurry a little. He focused his mind on the coordinates where the Divine and Gilbert Jane had been observed. Well, I'd better get going. Purple electricity crackled not just from his hair, but from his entire body. In the next moment, Kaido's body shot into the sky like a bullet. Section: Relief. The first thing Emotion felt was relief that they hadn't incurred the displeasure of the Terrapora Panizio. Though not as skilled as Kaido, Emotion was still capable of operating Queen Bee. They swam through the ocean in Queen Bee, checking the state of the ecosystem. Compared to the surface, the ocean seemed surprisingly less affected. Emotion wondered if the Federation had already intervened, but a dead ecosystem couldn't recover that quickly. It seemed more natural to assume that the rate of extinction was different between land and sea. Well, at least the captain's concerns have been addressed. Let's call it a win. While shipboard tasks were manageable, exterior work was often more convenient in a humanoid form than a spherical one. It was a fresh experience for Emotion. Emotion didn't have psychic powers like Kaido, but as a mechanical intelligence largely replaced by Federation-made components, Emotion could easily manipulate Earth-made constructs. Emotion could quickly repurpose a derelict ship floating on the surface to create whatever was needed. A makeshift aquarium for Earth jellyfish. There was a risk of causing discomfort by confining them to such a small space, but if it came to that, they could quietly return them to the sea. I don't think we'll need to wait that long, though. Looking up at the sky. From the ground, the movements of space couldn't be observed, but Emotion knew. The representative anxious on Zagia, and the Terrapora Panizio rushing toward Zagia. If the Earthlings saw the swarm of space jellyfish descending to Earth, would they think it was the end of the world? Surely, they wouldn't come down in their physical forms, probably. Even Emotion, who didn't trust the Terrapora Panizio's eccentricities as much as Kaido did, wasn't sure. In this case, it was hard to tell if Kaido, who was compared to the space jellyfish due to his completely different racial values, was the odd one, or if Emotion's limited perspective was the issue since the only two samples for comparing eccentricity were Kaido and the Terrapora Panizio. She decided not to think about the answer. Section: The Harbor of the Ark of Hope. It seemed that's what the settlement was grandly called. If you went there, you wouldn't have to worry about food. If you went there, you'd be welcomed by the angels of heaven. The survivors Kaido occasionally saw were all clinging to this rumor and heading toward the settlement. Along the way, more and more people collapsed from exhaustion. No one helped those who fell. In the past 6 months, everyone had learned that no one was in a position to lend a hand. After half a day of walking while avoiding people's gazes, the town finally came into view. Sure enough, there were a lot of people. They must have gathered in a city that had suffered relatively less damage. Regardless of the lifelines, it felt like seeing a familiar town after a long time. Kaido landed on the ground and walked toward the town. Wearing Federation-made clothes would make him stand out, so he dressed in oversized clothes he'd scavenged from the ruins. He draped a tattered cloth over himself to shield against the sun, so he shouldn't look out of place. Welcome to the harbor of the Ark of Hope, humanity's last hope. Congratulations on making it here alive. At the town's outskirts, Kaido was greeted by 2 men dressed somewhat neatly. Gatekeepers, perhaps. They looked healthy, but water was clearly precious. The smell of dust and dirt tickled his nose. They carried tools that were neither guns nor staffs, a design Kaido didn't recognize from his memories 3 years ago. It seemed more like something given by the divine than Earth-made weapons from before the collapse. Kaido was let in more smoothly than expected. Looking around, it wasn't just him. They seemed to be letting everyone in. Humanity's last hope, huh? He could sense the divine's intentions behind them. The Earthlings were all commodities. No matter how much they resisted, they could be subdued and made to behave. If they could leave this state of the Earth and go to space, it might indeed be called hope. It was a matter of life and death. Some might not care if they were sold off to aliens, as long as they didn't starve. But if they didn't have to worry about food, they'd prefer some degree of freedom. If there were no other options, fine, but if there was a path to becoming Federation citizens, they should at least be given a choice. Well, the more grandiose ones always want to live in the center. In the center of the town was a massive structure that looked like a Y or a T, judging by its shape. It must serve as a port for ships descending from the sky. Some people were kneeling before the structure. The divine Kaido had seen in Federation records looked like winged humans. Kaido thought they were surprisingly similar, but according to Federation standards, the divine had 6 functional limbs, arms, legs, and wings, while Earthlings only had 4 arms and legs, so they weren't similar at all. By that standards, Earthlings were much more similar to the Ritmeal species. With so many species, the standards varied, Kaito realized. Conversely, the Divine were closer to the ADZ, a race of small people. In any case, many Earthlings probably saw the Divine as angels of salvation. For comparison, even Kaito, who was also from Earth, couldn't confidently join the Federation if invited by Terrapora Panizio. In that sense, it was really fortunate that the first encounter had been with the Ritmeal. Lost in these thoughts, Kaito didn't notice the presence of someone nearby until it was too late. Wait. Only those close to Representative Damos, or approved by the ARC, are allowed beyond this point. About to apologize and turn around at the voice. Rebecca. Kaito crouch. Realizing it was someone he knew, Kaito couldn't help but call out the name. Rebecca Luciano. Like Kaito, she was a leader candidate raised by the organization and had been his rival for the position of next leader. The surprise wasn't just on his side. Rebecca's eyes widened even more as she stepped closer and grabbed his arm. You're alive. Yeah, somehow. Feeling the warmth in his chest at Rebecca's emotional reaction. Unlike the adults who had tried to use him, she was a companion who had shared the same time. Though they had been rivals, emotionally, she was probably the closest to him. After standing frozen for a moment, Rebecca shook her head and tugged on the arm she had grabbed. Come with me. I'll introduce you to Representative Damos. Let's go to space together. What are you talking about? I'm scheduled to board the next ship. The first one took 100,000 people. The next will have 200,000. We need capable people like us to organize those heading to this strange new world, don't we? So you're close to Representative Damos. Based on what she said, there was no doubt that Damos was Gilbert Jane. He had changed his name after all. Yes, because you weren't there. I received thorough education to become the next leader's closest aide. I'm an excellent assistant. I can see you're capable. She was the last rival he had fought against for the position of next leader. Kaito had thought she would be chosen as the next leader since she had been more ambitious than anyone. But instead she had received training as an aide and even seemed proud of it. Had she accepted that Kaito would be above her? Rebecca didn't seem to realize Damos was Gilbert Jane. As they walked, she explained how wonderful the representative was, having negotiated with the Divine Ones and now leading the Earthlings to their next home, as if he were a saint. For a moment, Kaito wondered if she was a different person, but unfortunately there was little room to doubt his judgment. Damos was Gilbert Jane. The faint hint of doubt stemmed only from sympathy for Rebecca. Representative Damos is a wonderful person, no less than you. The Divine Ones must have contacted him because they knew about his great character. He remembered the saying that people only believe what they want to believe. He couldn't bring himself to say Rebecca's eyes were clouded, but knowing the circumstances, she seemed a bit pitiable. But there was no point in saying that here. So, how did you manage to survive? It must have been hard. Not really. It was more comfortable than I expected. Did you find an intact plant too? Well, like you probably overcame it all with a calm look on your face as usual. That's presumptuous of you. Rebecca had arbitrarily constructed her own story of how he had survived, so there was no need to deny it. He vaguely went along with it. Then Rebecca stopped walking. Her gaze was fixed on a building that was quite large for the middle of the city. While not as big as the central object, it could certainly be described as the residence of someone powerful. Standing before the intimidating sentries guarding the entrance, they all saluted Rebecca in unison. This is Miss Luciano, and that person. He's a capable person. Much more so than me, you see. More capable than Miss Luciano. Unthinkable. Can you let us through? I need to introduce him to Representative Damos. The representative is currently in a meeting with the Divine Ones. Even more reason then. With his help, the plan can be accelerated. Understood, please proceed. It seemed Rebecca really was Damos's aide. Kaito was able to enter the building without even being asked his name. He had been considering how to sneak in at worst. A pleasant miscalculation. They walked down a slightly dusty but well-kept hallway. Knocking twice on a door marked Meeting Room, an aged voice said Enter. Excuse me, Representative. Luciano. An urgent matter, who's this? Divine Ones, pardon the interruption during your meeting. I wish to introduce him. Ocular modification scars, a Federation citizen. Kaito didn't miss the murmur from one of the divine ones, with many feathered wings extending from their back. There were 4 divine ones. Though their facial features were no different from Earthlings, it was likely a disguise. The divine ones he had seen in videos lacked noses. While their wing shapes varied, that was probably their innate individual characteristics. Instead of addressing the divine ones first, Kaito spoke to Damo's Gilbert, standing a short distance from Rebecca, intending to open her eyes here. Though he hadn't planned to expose Gilbert's identity in this moment, making Rebecca see the truth took priority. You've gotten quite thin. With that beard and long hair, no one would recognize you from old photos. Gilbert turned sharply, glaring sharply at Kaito. Rebecca, standing between them, seemed oblivious to the tension, looking back and forth. What's wrong, Kaito? Do you know the representative? Not just me, you must know him too. His appearance has changed a lot, and without seeing old photos, even I wouldn't have recognized him. Representative. Human life can be turned into money. Wasn't that your line? Working with aliens now is pretty thick-skinned, even for you, Gilbert Jane. He did not deny being Gilbert. Not particularly quickly, but unhesitatingly, he drew a gun from his pocket and pointed it at Kaito. As he tried to pull the trigger, one of the divine ones sharply stopped him. Wait, don't be rash. What's the matter? Leaving this guy alive will be trouble. Rebecca, you've brought problems. No way, Kaito. Representative. Gilbert Jane. That's right. Human trafficker, revolutionary, the devil. That's Damos's true identity. You're lying us. Rebecca couldn't hold it in any more and vomited. It was no wonder, given the revelation that the representative, who was supposed to lend his power under the guise of respect, had sold off Earthlings for his own selfish desires. It was pitiful. Gilbert was busy interrogating the divine people and didn't even spare a glance at Rebecca. The divine people, however, didn't respond to Gilbert's words and instead addressed the group in a polite tone. So, why would a Federation citizen come to such an undeveloped planet? The absolute Fortress Zagia isn't withdrawing, is it? You seem to have quickly figured out that I'm a Federation citizen. Oh yes. The traces of modification in your eyes made it obvious. Could this be your first encounter with a civilization outside the Federation? We divine people were once. I know the divine people were originally Federation citizens. I also know why you were exiled. I see. The divine people's face twitched. Their scheming ends here. I calmly deliver the final warning. I'm Kaito Crouch. I'm an Earthling. Why? Earth has recently been placed under Federation jurisdiction. Your actions constitute hostility toward the Federation. I suggest you stop immediately. The divine people's face visibly paled. It might be an act, but their emotional expressions closely resemble those of Earthlings. It was sickeningly unpleasant. That's absurd. It's the truth. You recognized me as a Federation citizen, didn't you? Then you should know I'm not lying. Damn it. Unlike the flustered divine people, Gilbert reacted quickly. He rushed over to Rebecca, who was still retching, and pulled her up. It wasn't to help her. He pressed the barrel of his gun to her temple and glared at Kaito. For Kaito now, stopping a bullet would be trivial, even if it meant saving Rebecca. Are you really an Earthling? Yeah, like you, I was exiled into space. What do you know, we're comrades. So, what stroke of luck got you picked up by aliens? Being lumped together with Gilbert was unpleasant, but from an outsider's perspective, they were probably the same. Kaito suppressed a sigh and told the truth. I had no intention of returning to Earth, so I aimed for Jupiter's orbit. Like you said, I was lucky enough to make it there safely. You're insane. I can't really argue with that. As he listened, Gilbert glanced at the divine people. Still holding Rebecca, he slowly inched closer to them. Watching carefully to see what he was planning, Gilbert suddenly barked at them in a restrained tone. Calm the hell down, you're being a pain. Hey, transfer me and her to your ship right now. What are you? I'm gonna kill that bastard. Leaving him alive is bad news for me and you, isn't it? Perhaps seeing the logic in Gilbert's words, the divine people didn't hesitate much before operating the terminal in their hands. In an instant, the divine people, Gilbert and Rebecca disappeared. They must have been transported to the divine people ship, as he had said. There was no ship near the object. Even before entering the atmosphere, the divine people ship hadn't been spotted. That meant it was either extremely far away or they've been hiding it on Earth all along. Just as Kaido reached that conclusion, the ground suddenly shook violently. Section, Gilbert, who had been transported into the massive ship, now floating in the air, roughly shoved Rebecca aside. He glared back at the divine people, who were giving him wary looks. From experience, he knew showing weakness in moments like this was dangerous. Why did you bring her along? She's a hostage. She seemed to know him, so I brought her just in case. Our representative. The pain from being shoved seemed to slightly clear her confusion, as Rebecca turned to Gilbert with an uneasy expression. She still seemed half in disbelief. Dealing with someone who was smart but foolish was truly a hassle. For Gilbert, it was an advantage that she was easy to manipulate, but in a busy situation like this, it was downright annoying. What? You believed we were doing good, only to end up helping aliens sell off your own kind. Still dissatisfied. So it's true then. Are you going to say you didn't know? Among the first 100,000, there were probably people who bought Earthlings as food. Do you think those who were sent there would forgive you for saying you didn't know? Rebecca's face was plastered with despair. She collapsed onto the floor, sobbing. It was such a nuisance, but since she was a hostage, killing her here and now wasn't an option. Just then, one of the divine people, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a mix of anger and impatience evident in his voice. Hey, what's the plan now? You said you were going to kill that Federation citizen, but… Calm down. Are you sure he's really a Federation citizen? Those eye modifications are unmistakable proof he's a Federation citizen. Do you think we'd overlook something like that? Even if that's true, listen. Just 6 months ago, he was in the same position as me. In 6 months, he made it all the way to Jupiter. How long do you think it would take to get there with Earth's technology? Even if the Federation picked him up along the way, would they really grant him citizenship so easily? Why, yeah. That does seem strange. Gilbert's words carried a certain persuasiveness. The divine people exchanged glances, mulling over Gilbert's logic. Being protected by the Federation and becoming a Federation citizen, are they the same thing? No, they're not. In the worst-case scenario, if we take care of him, we'll have room to make excuses to the Federation. What do you think? All right, I'll go along with your plan. Hey, Piklishka. Either way, unless we kill that Earthling, our goal will only grow more distant. But you're the one who's going to finish him off. With Piklishka, their leader, making the decision, the divine people's resolve seemed to solidify. There was some resistance, but it quickly subsided. Still, they didn't forget to use Gilbert as insurance, showing a shrewdness that bordered on cunning. It might be necessary to prepare for the worst-case scenario. I don't mind, but what's the plan? Are you lending me an attack craft? Fine. I'll lend you the latest model, so make it quick. Piklishka readily agreed to Gilbert's request. Did he think an Earthling wouldn't be able to handle it, or was he more worried about the Federation's intervention than they were? It might be wise to cover all bases. Rebecca came into view at the edge of his vision. She seemed close to that man, so she might know something. Hey, Rebecca, are his family members still alive? That face tells me they are. Right, you mentioned you had a family, you were taking care of yourself. Wait, stop. Bingo, Gilbert twisted his face into a wicked grin and turned to Piklishka. Hey, Piklishka. Tell the guys below to suck it up and bring them up. What are you? What's wrong? I thought you'd be more composed. Was he still prioritizing business at a time like this? He was more clueless than expected. Listen, when it comes to schemes, the best thing to do is destroy the evidence, grab the profit, and run as fast as you can. Section, as they exited the building, a massive ship loomed in the sky. Was that the divine people's ship? It was no wonder they called it the Ark. The design fit the name. People were all looking up at the sky, kneeling in awe. Then, more ships of similar design began to appear around the Ark. It seemed the speculation that they'd been hidden on Earth was correct. One of the ships spilled dirt as it moved. People began pouring out of the building. Staying here wasn't an option. If I were in Gilbert's shoes, I'd be targeting myself first. The innocent residents would just get caught in the crossfire. Kaido ran alone toward the edge of the town. It was a small comfort that the residents were busy praying. What's that? Several of the arcs began emitting a pale blue light, which shot down to the ground. People caught in the light began floating up toward the ships. Were they taking hostages? Kaido gritted his teeth in frustration. The town's exit came into view. "Come, Queen Bee," he shouted with intent. It wasn't about the sound, it was about the strong will to call it here. East. A green light flew toward him from the horizon. He focused on the light, projecting his will to board it. A spark of purple electricity danced from Kaido's hair. "I'm here, Captain. Gilbert Jane and the divine people have clearly made themselves my enemies. As of now, this ship enters combat mode." "Understood. How should we notify the Federation?" "Earthlings have been taken hostage. Request their cooperation to ensure not a single ship escapes the solar system." "Message sent. Do as you please, Captain." "Right." Section, they were a step too late. It seemed that man had also summoned a ship. I'd have preferred to finish him off while he was still on the ground. The attack order didn't make it in time, but I've got my pieces in place. Gilbert's mind raced as he turned to Piklishka. "Hey, Piklishka. Do you know what that ship's made of?" "Hold on, I'm checking now." "The exterior is made of earth metals. The internal structure is unclear. It might have been modified by the Federation." "Good. That's all I need to know." "What?" "It means that ship isn't Federation-made." "Right, yeah, that's it." Piklishka seemed to catch on. With a twisted smile that rivaled Gilbert's, he began issuing orders. "Break away from the gravity well now. Some ships haven't picked up the designated humans yet. Doesn't matter. Once we're out of the gravity well, destroy the ships. That'll make it certain. What if they don't follow? We'll destroy the planet and run. It's not like we can take more Earthlings with us anyway, right?" He laughed, calling it a loss-cutting move, and the others joined in with similar laughter. In the worst-case scenario, to avoid Federation intervention, destroying everything and leaving no trace would be the way to go. Piklishka was starting to get it. While receiving instructions on how to operate the attack craft, Gilbert had Rebecca and the other hostages gathered in one place. The scenery changed. The bleakness of space, which he'd hated so much just 6 months ago, now felt oddly nostalgic to Gilbert. Section. So we're heading into space. They're determined to kill me no matter what it takes. Wouldn't it be more efficient to do it on the ground? It seems unnecessarily complicated. Emotion responded to Kaido's muttering, but Kaido was certain. Gilbert Jane was the type who prided himself on his survival instincts. If they're planning to kill me and cover their tracks, it'd be easier to do it in space. Given the divine people's technological level, I don't see much difference between doing it on the ground or in space. They probably think destroying the ship in space would mean instant death for me, an Earthling. I see. I don't think they can do it, though. They probably think they can. They likely don't even believe I've become a Federation citizen. People only believe what they want to believe, and they believe it the way they want to. Kaido had been taken in by the Federation, undergone modifications, gained citizenship, and even bought a ship, all within a few days. If it weren't his own story, even he might not believe it. The divine people and Gilbert probably found it easier to believe a more palatable explanation than such a miraculous series of events. "I'm glad I didn't bring emotion. Your existence would have been hard to explain. If I've been of any help in your camouflage, Captain, that's all that matters." Following the divine people ships, Queen Bee also ascended into space. With Earth beneath them, they faced off against the divine people fleet. There were more than expected. "Emotion, how many ships are there?" 37. As Kaido was about to ask about the Earthlings' biosignals, a communication came through. It was from one of the divine people ships. Connect, he thought, and part of the wall shifted into a screen. Well, Kaido Crouch, you actually came. Could you back off a bit? Your ugly face is hard to stomach up close." "Don't worry, you won't have to look at it for long." Gilbert, clicking his tongue in annoyance, shifted slightly out of frame. Several people in the background came into view. "Rebecca, and who's that?" "Kaido, I'm sorry. Your parents and your sister." Alice, his much younger sister. A girl he hadn't seen since his parents sold him to the organization, now looking terrified as she stared at him. "Got it? Don't resist. Not that it matters. Your poor family will die along with you." "I see. You're truly the lowest of the low, incapable of even a shred of compassion." He could feel a vein throbbing in his forehead, but despite his emotions, his tone remained calm. Quietly, just quietly, he stated the facts. "My parents sold me off for a hefty sum. As far as I'm concerned, our ties are severed. Rebecca, I know you'd rather go down fighting than be used as a hostage. But Alyssa does have value as a hostage. Right, so what? I'm supposed to let you shoot me without a fight. That's the idea, just wait a sec. I see, you've made it clear you're my enemy, I'll keep that in mind. Gilbert's face disappeared from the screen. His pale-faced parents, Rebecca and Alyssa, clinging to each other in tears. Kaido cut the feed without a second thought. Part of him wanted to reassure them, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Emotion, order up. Identify the divine people ships that don't have Earthlings on board. Understood. Right away. A small ship about the size of Queen Bee emerged from the central fleet. Its front glowed, and something shot toward them. It was so predictable that Kaido allowed himself a small smirk as he gave the next order. Queen Bee, purge 15% of the steel plates. The light projectile vanished upon hitting the barrier, and the steel plates that had been attached, as if they'd been hit and shattered, fell away almost simultaneously. The scattered steel plates, even after being detached from the ship's hull, remained under Kaido's control. A barrage of light projectiles was fired, but they had no effect on the ship's hull. Gilbert must be enjoying this, Kaido thought with a wry smile as he waited for Emotion's report. The steel plates sparkled, illuminated by the light of the projectiles, creating a fantastical scene. Just as Kaido thought the enemy might be starting to feel something was off, a report-like display appeared. Captain, sorry to keep you waiting. There's no sign of Earthlings on the ship marked in red. There on the blue one, be careful. Understood. Let's counterattack. The ship Gilbert is likely on is indeed blue. Kaido had no reason to doubt Emotion's support, so he calmly aimed at the ship marked in red. First, the two ships at the front. Go, worker bees. Kaido channeled power into the steel plates. Speed was power. From bottom to top, he angled the plates to ensure they wouldn't hit the ship carrying the Earthlings. It looked less like a bullet and more like a lightning-charged beam. Countless steel plates flew in a straight line, imbued with Kaido's psychic power. They collided with the enemy ship's barrier, interfered with it, and finally broke through. Some steel plates were shattered by the barrier, but far more surged toward the enemy ship. Even those that made it past the barrier were individually deflected by the armor, but the relentless swarm of steel plates quickly stripped away the outer layer. Once one piece of armor was breached, there was no stopping it. Countless worker bees rampaged through the ship's interior, each one exploding outward. The enemy ship must have had its engine destroyed, as it began to self-destruct from the inside, briefly lighting up with explosions. First the left, then the right. While we're at it, let's take some sturdy fragments. Kaido had the intact steel plates pick up fragments that could serve as replacements. With a bit of power, they became the next generation of worker bees. Recycling is important, isn't it? The attack craft Gilbert was on increased the density of its light projectiles, but Kaido paid it no mind, focusing instead on finding the next target. Almost simultaneously, artillery fire came from the enemy ships. Whether out of panic or desperation, they seemed willing to take Gilbert as collateral damage. Let's try this next. Kaido connected the steel plates, shaping them into two fists. He moved them to either side of a ship that didn't carry Earthlings and instructed the fists to open. The steel plates that formed the fists scattered. If the shape of the force could be seen, it would be clear that the plates were concentrated at the fingertips of the open hands. The giant hands, created by the force field, grabbed the enemy ship. The interference from the barrier was much stronger this time, and the artillery fire concentrated on the fingertips, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to stop them. The enemy ship was firmly grasped in both hands and shaken like a cocktail. Apparently, the ship's defenses weren't designed to withstand being shaken like that, and soon the counterattack ceased. Kaido then swung the ship down onto another nearby enemy ship, sinking two more. Now, how many ships don't have Earthlings on them? 16 without Earthlings, 17 with them. Let's finish this quickly. Just as Kaido was thinking that, a frantic communication came through. The pale face of a divine people appeared on the screen. What are you thinking? Don't you realize there are hostages? It's fine, I'm only targeting the ships without Earthlings. Kaido calmly dismissed the threats of the divine people, whose name he didn't even know. Section, what is that? Is that an Earth ship? Piklishka felt an indescribable unease but suppressed it, ordering the attack. Having gone along with Gilbert's plan, Piklishka knew no excuse would work now. Fragments from the ship's hull had turned into weapons and sunk Allied ships. From what Piklishka had seen while hiding on Earth, Piklishka could confidently say such weapons didn't exist. If that was the case, that armament must be Federation technology. But even so, that way of fighting was just like, could it be, could it be? At the edge of the screen, a forced communication between an Allied ship and the enemy ship played. They had outright stated they were targeting ships without hostages. That meant they already knew where the Earthlings were. It wasn't a bluff. The 4 ships that had been sunk indeed didn't carry Earthlings. Hey, secure a retreat route now. What are you talking about, Piklishka? I don't want to believe it, but that might be the Daikigiazalmos. Are you insane? You're saying the Terrapora Panizio is on that ship. Then what else could it be? Those fragments are made of Earth's alloy. Earth's alloy shouldn't be able to damage a divine people ship even if hit 1,000,000 times. The barrier was the same. Clearly, some other force was at work on that ship, and something our technology can't analyze. In Piklishka's knowledge, there was only one thing that matched the Federation's technology that could ignore the laws of physics. The entire military force of a star cluster hostile to the Federation, annihilated by a single entity, the strongest race in the galaxy. During Piklishka time in the Federation, there had been attempts to harness the power of the Terrapora Panizio, even among divine people. After repeated failures, it was concluded that divine people couldn't replicate their power, and they were exiled from the Federation. Piklishka. What is it? In a heavy tone, the fellow officer in charge of the ship's helm spoke. Suppressing anxiety, Piklishka asked back. The answer received was the worst possible. It's no good. Federation ships have us surrounded. We can't escape. Damn it. Everything was defying expectations. As a strong sense of unease welled up in Piklishka's heart, wondering if they had made some fatal miscalculation, the screen shifted. It's a lie. The Earthlings with that power. Section, Kaido of 3rd rank, Citizen Enikrajef. It seems a considerable number of Earthlings are being held captive. Miss Ritmeal. Just as Kaido was sinking his 7th ship, a communication came in from an Allied ship. The communication from the ship that had threatened him had just ended. They had been screaming about killing the hostages until the very end. Are divine people just stupid? If they killed the hostages, Kaido would have no reason to pick and choose which ships to sink. And if he didn't stop, the hostages would be meaningless anyway. Hesitating and giving the enemy an opening was far more dangerous for both him and the hostages. The encirclement is complete. We won't let them escape. We'll assist in rescuing the hostages. That's a big help. We can't let Kaido of 3rd rank, Citizen Enikrajef, bear all the burden. Now, witness the power of our ship. With no way for the divine people ships to escape, there was no reason to refuse the assistance. Almost as soon as Kaido nodded, something like a red comet struck an enemy ship from the upper right. It shattered the barrier and outer hull, deeply embedding itself in the enemy ship. There was no sound, but both Kaido and Emotion could only watch in stunned silence. From the point of impact, something like foam emerged, filling the gaps. This is Assault Craft Agron range. Leave the hostages to us, Kaido of 3rd rank, Citizen Enikrajef. Handle the remaining ships. Understood, then I'll get serious. It was reassuring. Allies were truly a source of strength. Kaido smiled and rose from his seat. In this heightened state, he felt like he could do anything. He was certain of it. Captain, what are you doing? I'll control the worker bees directly from outside. Emotion, I'll need your support. Kaido performed a short-range teleportation outside the ship, onto a pedestal. His feet clung to the pedestal as if magnetized, and he felt no unease standing in the vacuum of space. Captain, it's fine, Emotion. As long as Queen Bee and I are together, everything within the range of this power is under my control. Purple electricity crackled through his hair, as Kaido's body was enveloped in a pale green light. The steel plates that made up the pedestal were stripped from the ship, revealing Queen Bee's true form. Leaning forward, Kaido aimed for the enemy flagship. Charge, Queen Bee. Kiru, whatever. I don't care what happens anymore. It's not every day you make a machine intelligence scream. The steel plates gathered at the front of the ship, forming a shape like a wall or a spear. Section, was it as you expected, Rebecca Alisa? And the other too. Kaido. Sorry for the rough ride. It's a classic ram attack, you know. Kaido descended from Queen Bee's pedestal, which had pierced the flagship's bridge, and reached out to Rebecca and his sister. His parents, no, the other two were just extras. The hesitant hands of the two girls touched Kaido's. Just before that, Kaido teleported all four into Queen Bee. There had been gunfire. The beams of light touched Kaido's barrier and disappeared. A ray gun? As a classic sci-fi enthusiast, it stirred something in him, but unfortunately, this wasn't the time. Now, the hostages on this ship are just these four? No, that's not it. It's impossible to fit everyone in Queen Bee. He wanted to blow everything away in a fit of emotion, but that wasn't an option. As he sighed, a familiar divine people's voice trembled. What are you? An earthling, yet why? Ah, even in the Federation, there are few who can master this, right? Don't talk nonsense. You've got the Terrapora Panizio inside, don't you? How did you get them on your side in such a short time? Yeah, I don't feel like answering. It seemed the divine people in front of him couldn't accept the fact that Kaido was using psychic powers. It was more plausible to think he had coaxed the Terrapora Panizio into cooperating. However, the fact that such an answer came up also means that they look down on Earthlings. If that is the case, Kaido sees no need to engage in conversation with the divine people. Well, I suggest you surrender early. Please contact Miss Ritmeal for the surrender. It seems she's on that ship called Agonrange. Ritmeal, they even brought out the deputy representative of the absolute fortress Zagia. What the hell is on Earth? So, Ritmeal was the deputy representative. Kaido only had the impression that she was a kind person, but it seems she held a significant position. Including the realization that Kaido had grasped various strokes of luck, he decided to simply inform him of the fact that had been the starting point of this good fortune. Jellyfish. What are you talking about? Kaido couldn't tell from their reaction whether they knew about jellyfish or not, but it didn't matter. He returned to the pedestal and tore off the ship's hull. Whoosh, the air rushed out violently. Ignoring the chaos that must have engulfed the ship, Kaido directed Queen Bee toward the next target. From behind, Gilbert persistently fired light bullets, but Kaido ignored them. That rock looks good. He spotted an asteroid crossing the battlefield, perhaps drawn by Earth's gravity. It was about half the height of the Divine People's ship. Even an asteroid of this size would be whittled down and burn up upon entering the atmosphere. Nature is truly amazing. He had the worker bees attach themselves to the asteroid to stop its momentum. After adjusting its position to be above him, he applied pressure from the outside using telekinesis. Wrapping it in steel plates, he compressed the rock, which was dozens of meters in size. Purple electricity danced from his hair, sparking like electric currents. It was surprisingly draining. The rock, compressed without escape, increased in density as it shrank. Smaller and smaller, tightly wrapped in the surrounding steel plates, it continued to compress to its limit, even after being hidden. Once he was satisfied with its size, he shaped the cluster of steel plates surrounding the rock into a cylindrical form. It was an impromptu cannon with the compressed rock as its warhead. He wanted to aim for the flagship, but he couldn't because the Earthling hostages were on board. Instead, he targeted the largest ship without Earthlings on it. Apply rotation. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Fire. The warhead, compressed to its limit, spun like a bullet and pierced through the barriers and armor as if they were nothing, diagonally penetrating the ship before exploding. Whether due to the high-speed rotation or the telekinesis, the warhead caused destruction beyond its appearance. The torn-apart ship soon crumpled from within and sank with a roar. Surrender, we surrender. Please spare our lives, we beg you. As Kaido turned his gaze toward the next boulder to load the next shot, a weak, desperate voice reached his ears from the flagship. The Divine People's combat actions ceased. However, one ship didn't seem to grasp the situation. It was Gilbert's. Why are you stopping? Fight, fight. If this continues, you're the only one left, Gilbert Jane. You monster, standing in space with his bare body, acting so calmly. Kaido guessed it's understandable that he's treated like a monster. With that thought, he flipped Queen Bee around. Deflecting the light bullets clearly aimed at his bare body, he accelerated with the momentum of a head-on collision. At the moment of crossing, he fired several steel plates, the worker bees, but Gilbert's attack craft flew around without a care. It was clearly faster compared to the larger ships. Kaido thought that if the worker bees collided head-on, they could sink it in one hit, but Gilbert seemed to know that too, zigzagging around. Many of the worker bees missed, and even the ones that hit only lightly pierced the craft, not dealing a critical blow. Emotion was warning him to return quickly from inside, but he had no intention of doing so yet. It's better to gain combat experience for when he eventually set out into the Sea of Stars. Gilbert also seemed to have no other means of attack beyond light bullets. He just kept moving around to avoid being targeted, seemingly chewing on the futility as he scattered light bullets. Damn it, damn this monster. Gilbert Jane, are you familiar with the ecology of bees? As he fired worker bees at him, they crossed paths several times. Queen Bee was unscathed, while Gilbert's attack craft had been hit multiple times, but it was far from a fatal blow. Kaido's eyes had adjusted quite a bit. It was time to end this. It wouldn't do to keep Ritmeal and the other Federation people waiting any longer. Deploy the scattered debris of the Divine People's ships around them. He first gathered pieces of appropriate size as new worker bees. Then, using the steel plates stuck in Gilbert's attack craft as markers, he had them track him from all sides. What the? Unless you have eyes that can see all around simultaneously, it's impossible to avoid everything. The attack craft moved wildly, but as more worker bees stuck into its hull, its movements gradually slowed. Soon, the swarm of worker bees covered the attack craft, and its movement stopped. Now then, gasp, one more hit, that would finish it. Gilbert Jane, at the very least, you're not the kind of Earthling who deserves to join the Federation. Wait, I get it. I admit I've done bad things. I have no intention of joining the Federation. Just exile me as I am. Gilbert's words. Faced with defeat, he seemed to start playing the cards he had to survive. The way he begged for his life without hesitation was either shameless or tenacious. All right, I'll exile you from here. Go. Thank you, I'm grateful. What? But Kaido had no intention of letting Gilbert go alive from this place. He had the worker bees surround him and take him away from this sector. The destination had already been decided. He suspected that the attack craft was equipped with some kind of transfer device. Otherwise, Gilbert wouldn't have suggested exile. He probably planned to pretend to be exiled and then transfer back to Earth. That wouldn't be allowed. Now, it's over. Emotion, please contact Miss Ritmeal. Before that, get back inside the ship now. Emotion's angry shout came from below, probably reaching her limit. Section. The disarmed ships of the Divine People were to be returned to Earth for the time being. Ritmeal was explaining to the Earthlings who had been taken off the ships and those who had been left behind. The Federation is bringing the artificial celestial body Avakia here. The Earthlings will be accommodated there, undergo appropriate procedures, and then be sent to the Federation. Though not as much as the Divine People, Ritmeal's appearance was familiar to the Earthlings. Having Rebecca standing beside her also helped calm the people. Neither the Earthlings taken hostage nor those left behind knew that the Divine People had intended to sell them off. Being taken off the ship without knowing, everyone was anxious. Even if the Divine People's misdeeds were revealed here, it would be meaningless if they didn't believe it. By introducing Ritmeal through Rebecca, the story settled on the Federation protecting the Earthlings from the second wave onward. By rescuing the Earthlings who would have been sold off, they hoped the situation would gradually become clear. Kaido's current role was to monitor the Divine People who had been separated from their ships. He confined the Divine People to one building and watched the outside from the window. A divine person named Pikurashika looked up at him and asked, "What will become of us?" "Who knows? I'm not yet familiar with Federation law. Unlawfully abducting Federation citizens and attempting to sell them to civilizations outside the Federation. Well, you'll likely face appropriate charges. That's, if it was before Earth joined the Federation, it should be exempt." At Emotion's words, Pikurashika's face changed. It's a selfish argument, but the judgment on that should be left to someone familiar with Federation law, not Kaido. That said, giving up on the Earthlings who had been taken earlier wasn't an option. If they could be rescued under the law, that would be good, but if not, he considered using Queen Bee for some pirate work. Hey, say something. The person who will make that judgment should be here soon. See. The footsteps that had been approaching stopped, and the door opened. Ritmeal, accompanied by Rebecca, entered after finishing her explanation to the Earthlings. Kaido of 3rd rank Citizen Enikrajif. Thank you for your hard work. 3rd class Citizen Enikrajif, the Divine People murmured. It seemed that even when the Divine People were part of the Federation, none had attained the status of 3rd class Citizen Enikrajif. The quality of their gazes visibly changed. Thank you, Miss Ritmeal. No need for thanks. Once Earthlings join the Federation, they become our comrades. Helping them is our responsibility. Of course, that includes those who were taken earlier. As Ritmeal continued, her body hair turned red, and every single divine person slumped in defeat. Section. Gilbert was panicking. No matter what equipment he touched, nothing responded. Completely surrounded by steel plates, he couldn't see where he was flying. He had confirmed that the attack craft had a transfer device. He planned to return to Earth after being exiled once the heat died down, but damn it, he had underestimated Kaido, thinking he was just a young punk around Rebecca's age. Feeling the increasing danger to his life, he frantically tried to find a way to survive by messing with the equipment. Where the hell am I headed? He knew he was flying, straight, but having lost all sense of direction and time, Gilbert couldn't tell where he was or how long he'd been flying. He was ready to self-destruct and tried firing a light projectile, but there was no response. Well, he just kept flying like that until he starved to death. Then, suddenly, he felt a pressure, as if someone was pulling the ship. Is someone there? He hoped for help, but the pulling only accelerated. Perhaps some alien race, like the Divine, was trying to plunder the ship. If he was going to be enslaved by aliens, he resolved to use his usual smooth talk to ensure his safety. It's fine. As long as he was alive, he could rise again. He had done it before. He told himself to stay strong. Hey, my name's Gilbert, what's yours? No response, but the force on the ship was increasing. Maybe they weren't the type to communicate with words. Suddenly, the steel plate in front of him was ripped away. He could see beyond the monitor. He looked around, but there was no arm-like object holding the ship. Were they not aliens? Meanwhile, more steel plates were being torn off one after another. It seemed he had reached a place where that man's power couldn't reach. He eagerly touched the instruments, but still, there was no response. Strange. Then, he noticed the torn steel plates weren't drifting away. They floated on the other side of the monitor, maintaining a fixed distance from the ship. What is this, what's? His words were cut short. The moment the monitor on the opposite side came back to life, his vision was flooded with an overwhelming red. Gah! The light intensity seemed to adjust quickly, but the pain in his eyes was intense. He blinked through tears. The pulling force grew stronger. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the monitor. The sun. He'd seen it in photos or something. A scorching ball of light, the center of the solar system. A star. The sun was getting closer and closer. Eek. No way, no way. Acceleration. He was going to be swallowed. No, he would be crushed or melted before that, before his voice could cry out in refusal. Gilbert's coffin was swallowed into the sun. Am I alive? He thought he was dead, crushed, but somehow he was still alive. Looking outside, it seemed like some kind of membrane was enveloping the ship. The steel plates were glowing. Thin green lights connected the plates, struggling to keep the sun's effects at bay. A barrier, perhaps. Maybe that man didn't intend to kill him after all. Ah, I'm alive. Relief. He felt like he'd aged 5 or 10 years as he slumped to the floor. Everywhere he looked, red, red, red. Alone amidst flames and light. He touched the instruments. Still no response. How do I get out of here? Can I even get out? How long would the barrier hold? Would he starve to death there first, or would the barrier collapse under the pressure? No help was coming. This was the inside of a star. Then it hit him. Maybe that man planned this from the start. He didn't know how long the barrier would last. He wanted him to wait for the end, in terror and despair, not knowing when it would come. No. A voice devoid of intelligence escaped Gilbert's lips. No, help me. I don't want this, please, someone. He thought he saw smoke coming from the steel plates. No, maybe the green light was fading. He frantically operated the equipment again. He pounded on it with enough force to draw blood, but the alien ship didn't budge. No, I'm not burned out yet. He clung to the monitor, pleading from the bottom of his heart, praying to a god whose existence he wasn't even sure of. In the midst of it all, one thing was certain. Gilbert Jane's life was about to end. Section. The artificial celestial body Avakia is a counterpart to Zagia, known as the Absolute Fortress. The difference is that, unlike Zagia, Avakia is inhabited only by a mechanical intelligence, allowing for easy modification of its internal environment. This time, Avakia is being used as a temporary habitat for the newly joined species in the Federation, the Earthlings, until they undergo the necessary physical modifications. You will choose the type of physical modifications you'll receive upon arrival at Avakia. After that, you'll be moved to the artificial celestial body prepared for your living quarters. Several days had passed since the battle with the Divine. Ritmeal and the others were accepted by the Earthlings faster than expected. After all, those who provide food, clothing, and shelter have a strong influence. Today, they took the time to carefully explain the upcoming process to the gathered crowd. Some were understandably anxious about leaving Earth. Unlike Damos, who had exaggerated their destination as some kind of paradise, Rebecca, who had taken on a secretary-like role, seemed satisfied. Regardless of the modification plan you choose, the first session is free. Subsequent sessions will be charged, so choose carefully. While some naturally felt uneasy or resistant to the idea of physical modification, the reasons for it as a necessity for living as Federation citizens were thoroughly explained. Gradually, the objections and resentment subsided, and most decided to immigrate to the Federation. Normally, your citizenship would start at the 13th rank, but thanks to the offer of Kaido, of 3rd rank citizen Enikrajif, you'll be granted 10th rank citizenship. Please understand that 7th rank citizenship, or higher, is required to reside on natural celestial bodies like Earth. The crowd murmured in awe, and their gazes turned to Kaido. For some reason, Rebecca looked proud, but she didn't interject. According to Emotion, even 13th rank citizenship offers a fairly high standard of living. With 10th rank, a lifestyle akin to Earth's wealthy is possible. What will happen to Earth? A lonely voice spoke up. It was an elderly man. Even though he understood logically, leaving Earth was painful. That sentiment was shared by many. A somber air filled the room. Don't worry about that, Earthlings. A synthesized voice echoed from nowhere. Kaido instinctively covered his head, and Ritmeal did the same. Her fur was changing color, so Kaido guessed she was thinking the same thing. Ah, everything's ruined. Section. What is that? Is it a meteor? A monster? No, they're Federation citizens, even if they look like that. Ritmeal's voice was barely audible, but who heard her? Everyone was in a panic, overwhelmed by fear and confusion. Meanwhile, Kaido and Ritmeal exchanged glances. It seemed time was up. Ritmeal, sorry to keep you waiting, I've brought Avakia. We weren't waiting, so please return to space, representative. You've ruined everything. That's harsh, isn't it? The representative's energy was clearly high. Kaido couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. No wonder. From the distant sky, countless objects resembling the representative were descending. Ritmeal, I don't want to believe it, but... Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. I was worried they'd do something like this. They really did it. The galaxy-spanning companions of Terrapor Panizio. Every single one of them had abandoned their jobs or brought their coworkers along and come to Earth. They must have erected some kind of barrier around themselves. Their barriers even block gravity. They're doing whatever they want. Their destination is the sea. The ones who accidentally headed for land are turning midair toward the ocean, making the sky look like an aquarium. Rebecca, who had witnessed the conflict with the Divine firsthand and had built up some tolerance, was pale. She grabbed Kaido's arm and asked anxiously, Kaido, what is that? A biological weapon, some kind of ship, or an enemy? None of those, Rebecca. How should I put it well? Kaido wasn't sure how to explain it clearly. Out of Rebecca's suggestions, biological weapons seemed closest. But that might cause more misunderstanding, so he avoided saying they were the Federation's strongest life forms. Looking up at the individual approaching them, likely the representative. They're sentient space jellyfish. Of course she wouldn't get it. Kaido wouldn't either. He couldn't think of a simpler explanation. Kaido sighed deeply. Section. An overwhelming number of space jellyfish were beginning to land in Earth's oceans. Footage from Zajia's cameras was being sent to Kaido's terminal, and he watched in a mix of disbelief and amusement. It would be horrifying to witness from the coast, he thought, as he looked away from the terminal and addressed the individual floating in front of him. By size, he guessed it was the representative, not the council member. So, representative, I don't need to ask, but what's this about? Indeed, Kaido, the third-rank citizen Enikrajif. I've brought everyone along with Avakia. I thought so. Looking at Ritmeal, Kaido saw her fur had turned a dull gray as she shook her head. It seemed the Federation headquarters was in chaos. The species that had greatly influenced the Federation's operations with their psychic abilities had abandoned everything and gathered on Earth. The rest of the Federation must be panicking. Don't worry, Ritmeal, such a massive migration is a one-time thing. From now on, we'll take proper vacations to come here. Yes, that would really help. Defeated, Ritmeal's response was so weak it fit the description. The representative, oblivious to Ritmeal's state, eagerly moved its tentacles. Sorry, Kaido, the third-rank citizen Enikrajif. I've kept the others waiting, so I'll keep this greeting short. After the communion, we'll talk again. Of course. Feel free. Thank you, Fuho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho, with a whoosh, watching the representative leap towards the sea. Behind him, Rebecca seemed dazed and bewildered. After this exchange, you must understand that the space jellyfish have high intelligence. That's enough for now. Did you say Kaito? Yes. Does the Federation really have such terrifying creatures? The one asking with a frightened look was the woman who had been relatively positive about immigrating to the Federation until recently. Holding back the urge for his cheeks to twitch, Kaido answered. His head was spinning, desperately searching for a soft landing. There are various races, aren't there? It's thanks to them that our accession to the Federation went so smoothly this time. Is that so? They're not trying to eat us or anything, are they? Of course not. As you can see, I haven't been eaten, have I? Why, yeah, I guess we were able to talk to you too, so it should be okay. With an expression of mixed skepticism that could take human form, the woman nodded hesitantly. Help, Kaido glanced over at Ritmeal, but a few people were talking to her too, probably with the same expression as Kaido. Captain. What is it, emotion? The arrival of the Terrapora Panisio has increased the stress levels of the Earthlings by about 30%. I see. At this moment, Emotion's calmness seemed almost hateful for some reason. It was a tense moment. Under the Earth's ocean, the Terrapora Panisio were each choosing their corresponding earthly jellyfish counterparts to resonate with. Despite all individuals sharing a consciousness, there was a strong will that would never allow anyone to get ahead. Or perhaps at this very moment, the space jellyfish known as Terrapora Panisio had each acquired their own individuality. In any case, driven by such a strong will, they had abandoned all their duties to converge on Earth. Now, let's go together. To the floating Earth jellyfish, the space jellyfish reverently extended their tentacles. A wordless surge of emotion swept through. Regardless of day or night, vividly colored auroras appeared in the skies all over the world. It was filled with the joy of being freed from eternal loneliness, the exhaustion of achieving one of their goals, the sadness of realizing they were different from their roots, after all a mixture of emotions. If they had the capability, if this wasn't underwater, they would surely all shed tears equally. The prismatic hues of life, far smaller and more fragile than themselves, yet brimming with diversity, constrained yet free. Ever so carefully, as if blessing those lives to avoid inadvertently destroying them, the space jellyfish continued their resonance. Ah, it was a marvelous moment. How much time had passed. Close companions born on different stars, following divergent paths of evolution, yet so alike. Ensuring that not a single Earth jellyfish that resonated with the Terrapora Panisio was affected in any way as they departed. What remained was a lone Earthling, a new Federation citizen, feeling profound gratitude and friendship. Now, our selfish time has come to an end. Let us return to our respective duties. Ritmeal must be angry. I should brace myself for a lecture. From now on, I shall make sure to take proper vacations. This experience was truly invigorating. It would be a shame for it to end with just this one time. To that end, we must secure governance over this planet, no matter what we have built up until now. Or even if they encountered similar life forms on another planet, ones that may be closer to them or perhaps their direct ancestors, compared to Earth's jellyfish. They had concluded that the thrill of this moment could never be surpassed. We are grateful for their audacity. We love their recklessness. We respect their determination. Kaido, third-class citizen Enikrajif. We Terrapora Panizio offer you our heartfelt gratitude and eternal friendship. We swear this on this planet Earth. For one of the age-old dreams of the Terrapora Panizio had been fulfilled to perfection. Section. Satisfied, the space jellyfish set off straightforwardly back into space. Their dense, profound sense of gratitude reached Kaido as a telepathic pressure that felt almost traumatic. His head hurt. The Zajian representative, as a personal token of thanks, instantly transported all remaining Earthlings to Avakia. Yes, including any Earthlings who were not aboard the Ark. With THR usual carelessness, Ritmeal and the artificial intelligences preparing in Avakia were caught up in new chaos. Kaido and Emotion, already recognized as Federation citizens, remained on Earth. Looking up, two small blackish spheres could be seen in the sky above. It was explained that 10 Terrapora Panizio would stay behind on Earth to work on restoring the planet's environment. The representative would then return to Zagia after explaining the situation to Kaido and confirming his wishes. This conversation must not be overheard by any of the surviving Earthlings under any circumstances. Kaido, third-class citizen Enikrajif, would you wish to return here with them once Earth's environment has recovered? Humans can return. We are deeply grateful to you. As an exception, we are considering appealing to the Federation government to allow you all to return here. I appreciate the thought. I'm very grateful, but Kaido quietly shook his head. The environmental restoration by the Terrapora Panizio. That meant there was a possibility for humanity to once again live on Earth. Under Federation law, Kaido was recognized as Earth's representative. If he accepted that proposal, they would sincerely devote their efforts to making it happen. However, I do not wish for that. If they desire it, I believe it is something they should achieve through their own efforts. The Earthlings were meant to perish. Thanks to some fortuitous circumstances, they avoided that fate. But if they became dependent on that good fortune, what awaited them was true extinction with no one else's aid. Moreover, they had lost almost all of their history, culture, and everything they had cultivated. To regain the will to live as intelligent beings, they would need some new goal. I see. If that is Kaido, third-class citizen Enikrajif's thought, then we shall respect it. Thank you, but there is one other thing I'd like to request. Oh, let's hear it. The 100,000 Earthlings abducted by the Divine People, please lend your strength to rescue them. That goes without saying, Kaido, third-class citizen Enikrajif. You need not worry about that. Thank you, representative. Kaido gently grasped the extended tentacle in a handshake. Then, as if remembering something, the representative showed a look of recollection. Earlier, you seemed to think you weren't suited to be the Earthlings' representative. Yes. Yet here you are, performing admirably as the Earthlings' representative, I'd say. Is that so? Whether to be grateful or not, perhaps it was because he had gained psychic abilities. But Kaido's thoughts had become impenetrable even to the Terrapora Panizio. Hiding the hint of joy he felt behind a wry smile at the representative's words, Kaido headed for Queen Bee, Emotion in tow. Section. The interior of Avakia was certainly constructed similarly to Zagia. Yet the living environment prepared for the Earthlings seemed to have replicated a familiar part of the pre-collapse Earth. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kaido, third-class citizen Enikrajif. I am Sizwanga. I'm honored. Likewise, Mr. Sizwanga. Avakia's representative had an appearance closer to Ritmeal's. Their fur also changed color based on emotion, currently an all-over green. They shook hands and walked down the prepared corridor. Emotion followed behind in a humanoid form. Most have chosen to undergo the implantation of nanomachines. It seems few wish to drastically alter their innate selves. Though there are still some who enthusiastically opt for full cyborgization, that ratio exists in every civilization. So it doesn't differ that greatly between stars, does it? Indeed. The races joining the Federation must have attained sufficient intelligence and societal structure to do so. There were said to be around 2,000 races in the Federation, about 60% of known intelligent races. Reasons for not joining included lacking the social acumen to respect other races and join, no intention of abiding by Federation law from a racial mindset, and so on. The interrogation of the divine people also seemed to be progressing, with the Terrapora Panizio in charge of probing the thoughts and memories of an individual named Piklishka. More and more crimes were being uncovered. If you're interested, you could go see it later in Zagia. There may be a war between the divine people and the Federation. War? Yeah, apparently they wanted to rejoin the Federation, but what they did to achieve that violated Federation law. I can't comprehend it. Sizwanga's fur stood on end in a blotchy red and black pattern. He seemed quite angry. Part of Earth's remaining mythology apparently included the divine people interference in human civilization. They simply don't do anything decent. Noticing Kaido's gaze, the fur color change settled down. Ah, my apologies. Our species' fur reacts to emotional changes like this. I try to control it better than that fool Ritmeal. No need to mind. So you are of the same species as Miss Ritmeal then. It's about blood ties. Ritmeal is still young, but she's a talented girl. I'd be happy if you could get along with her. Not just me, but all of Earthlings are indebted to you. The conversation with Sizwanga never seemed to end, but their destination was getting closer. Kaido was starting to get used to the dead ends shifting right before his eyes. After parting ways with Sizwanga, he entered the room. Behind him, he heard the sound of the passage shifting again. Inside, Rebecca was waiting alone. Kaido glanced around to see if Alisa and her parents were there, and as if sensing his question, Rebecca spoke up. The three of them are undergoing modifications right now. What about you? I finished mine earlier. I don't feel much different though. That's how it is, I was the same. So, there's a modification that lets you use psychic powers. I figured you'd choose something like that. I guess so. Kaido had chosen this modification purely out of a sense of romance, but he was a little worried that the Earthlings might want it too, especially after Rebecca had seen his psychic abilities firsthand. But Rebecca shook her head. I went with the safer option, nanomachines or ultrafine machines, was it? Alisa wanted psychic powers and threw a fit, so it was a hassle to convince her otherwise. Thank you. I heard you've been protecting Alisa all this time. It's fine. I've been carrying some guilt for not being able to save you back then. A silence fell. 3 years, it wasn't a short time. Rebecca was the first to break the heavy atmosphere, forcing a cheerful tone as she asked. So what's the matter? The Earth's environment, those space jellyfish, Terrapolypanizio, will restore it. Really? Yeah. But at the same time, Earth will become a Federation asset. Unless you have citizenship above the 7th tier Tetnurch, you won't be allowed to live on a natural planet. Earth won't belong to the Earthlings anymore. What? Once you reach the Federation's residential zone, your goal should be for all Earthlings to obtain 7th tier Tetnurch citizenship. A life without knowing what to do next would be too painful. At Kaido's words, Rebecca furrowed her brows. She seemed to realize that these were parting words. With a worried expression, she asked, "You're not coming with us, are you? There are 100,000 people. The divine people sold off. I have to save them. I can't just leave it all to the Federation." That might be true, but you already saved many Earthlings, didn't you? And originally, it was you who. No, Rebecca, that's just hindsight. I didn't choose to come back to Earth. I was the one who abandoned you all first. He didn't want to be forced into the role of a leader. He just wanted the freedom to be Kaido, alone. The fact that things turned out well didn't mean he deserved any praise. To Rebecca, who had fallen silent, Kaido spoke his heartfelt wish. You'll guide them, Rebecca. I can entrust them to you. Why? I'm just a support. You've learned the same things I have. You don't have to stick to what the organization ordered you to do. Just use the knowledge you have. But he avoided her pleading gaze. He no longer intended to play a role he never wanted, even if it meant pushing that role onto someone else. If I ever had a role as a leader, it ended when I brought everyone to the Federation. Once I've helped the Earthlings, I plan to live a carefree life traveling with emotion. Emotion, that person. Yeah, she's been my partner since my exile, someone I can trust with my back. Nice to meet you, Rebecca. Former prison guard 8979, or perhaps it's easier to say my name as a machine intelligence. Emotion. A machine intelligence, so you're not human. No, I was originally a prison guard at the space prison, managing Captain Kaido's daily life. I see, Kaido must have been a handful, huh? Yes, His behavior and thought patterns were often hard to understand, and it was always a challenge. I'm jealous. Rebecca's gaze lingered on Kaido. He felt uneasy under her stare. Emotion had been the one supporting Kaido all this time, more than anyone else. Sure, she was acting as if an ex-lover, but there was never such a relationship between them, not even for a moment. Perhaps it was a side effect of being thoroughly reprogrammed to be a leader's assistant. Maybe she couldn't maintain her mental balance without someone to cling to. It might be hard to make her give up through logic or words. Kaido chose to use his psychic powers to forcibly lower Rebecca's consciousness. He caught her as her head drooped and gently laid her on the prepared bed. Captain Kaido. Isn't that a bit inhumane? What do you mean? There was no chance of convincing her, but knocking her out. Well, yes, but never mind. What is it? You're treating her like a fool. The reason Kaido used his powers to put Rebecca to sleep was that he didn't want to hurt her any further. If this continued, it would turn into an argument, one that would never be resolved. Sometimes, ending things without words is the best way, though that might be a bit hard for Emotion, who is still learning about emotions. Brushing off Emotion's complaints, Kaido left the room. Now he had no regrets left regarding Earth or the Earthlings. Section. When Rebecca woke up, she noticed that Kaido and the others were gone and let out a deep sigh. Alyssa and her parents hadn't returned yet. They probably didn't even know Kaido had been there. Really? You have no interest in Earth anymore, do you? A bitter smile escaped her. From their reunion to their parting, Kaido never once asked why Earth had been destroyed. Maybe he already knew, but from the moment they met again, he showed no particular interest. It was easier to think he just didn't care. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of paper clutched in her right hand. You really hold a grudge, don't you? It was a note. It said that Alyssa and her parents shouldn't be given authority just because of their connection to Kaido or herself. While Alyssa might be fine, her parents were too worldly and would likely misuse their power, so she should be careful. The qualities of a leader, as defined by the organization. To have no interest in power or any other worldly matters, yet possess the intelligence and physical ability to use them more effectively than anyone else. Kaido certainly grew into that kind of person, though his lack of interest was so extreme that he abandoned Earth altogether. It was almost amusing that within his detached personality, there remained a thirst for freedom and a lingering resentment toward the parents who sold him off. Honestly, you never let things go your way, do you? Rebecca took a deep breath, crumpled the paper, and stood up. Well, getting the Earthlings to 7th-tier Tetnaurch citizenship, that's my role, right? She looked in the direction Kaido, and the others must have gone and smirked defiantly. Just like you did, once my role is over, I'll take my freedom too. She wondered what that stubborn man would do if she chased after him in a similar ship. Rebecca Luciano let her thoughts drift toward that future and decided to make it her goal. Epilogue: Rare Humans, Earthlings. When you're among the stars, it's hard to realize, but the edge of the sky, the deep abyss of space, is literally endless. The tenacity of life sometimes transcends even the planets that gave birth to it. And among them, the Earthlings became a race that fell quite behind and met a tragic end. Captain, we've caught a signal. That ship has reactions from 2 Earthlings. Understood. Let's go say hello, shall we? Far, far away from their homeland. Having lost most of their civilization, the Earthlings were forced to abandon their mother planet. Hey, what are you trying to do? That's dangerous. Yes, hello, hello. There are 2 Earthlings on your ship, right? I have a few things I'd like to confirm, so would you mind answering? What? Don't tell me you're... An agitated voice rises from the communication line. The other ship is clearly larger than this one, but they show no signs of underestimating us. Kaido crouch. The only Earthlings with the status of a third-class citizen Enekrajif in the Federation, which maintains a formidable influence in this galaxy. And he was becoming known for going around protecting Earthlings who had lost their mother planet. This is Captain Kaido of the Federation combat vessel Queen Bee. Those Earthlings you're carrying are suspected of being illegally traded by the Divine People. What do you say to that? Don't be ridiculous, Where? It would be better not to say something as sleepy as, we haven't signed the Federation law. You wouldn't want to end up like the Xanagaliu Grand Fleet, would you? You. Don't tell me that was actually true. When mentioning a recent major confrontation, quite panicked voices rise from the other end of the communication. Kaido detached the VIP passenger ship he had been towing behind. This ship, remotely operated by emotion, is borrowed from the Federation government to carry the Earthlings they rescue. He transitions the worker bees to combat readiness. Moving deliberately slowly is to wait for the opponent to yield before entering combat. Even if they don't belong to the Federation, just because they bought Earthlings doesn't necessarily make them enemies. Wait. Stand down your combat stance. We'll hand over the two individuals. Is that acceptable? A wise decision, I appreciate it. However, I'd like to make it a condition that your ship doesn't approach ours any further. If you could send your passenger ship over here, we'll put the Earthlings on board and then withdraw. Is that all right? That's fine. However, neither of you move until I confirm that the Earthlings have safely boarded. Those are my conditions. Understood. A tense exchange. As the passenger ship approaches their vessel, Emotion begins monitoring using the passenger ship's functions. The gangway connects the ships, and they wait for a while. The gangway is retracted, and it's clear that Emotion has lowered his guard. Captain Kaido, we've secured the two individuals. There don't seem to be any traps. I've contacted the Federation security fleet, so an escort should arrive soon. Understood. Then let's wait for a while. Confirmed. You're free to go. He connects with the other ship and communicates their release. Aren't you going to sink us? I have no intention of going that far. Next time you want Earthlings on board, hire them officially instead of buying them. Then we won't have to go through this charade. We'll do that. I promise we won't deal with the divine people from now on. See you around. There was no time to say that wasn't necessary. While watching the ship crawl away in haste, Kaido waits for the ship carrying the Earthlings to rejoin them. Good grief, I wonder when we'll be able to freely travel this galaxy. It probably won't be that far in the future. Besides, it's kind of like sightseeing in a way, isn't it? That's true, and we have all the time in the world. Yes, the security fleet has arrived. Emotion has really adapted well. Kaido entrusts the rescued Earthlings, along with the passenger ship, to the security fleet. After brief greetings, he makes his ship soar toward the next region of space. Afterward, hello everyone, I'm Sakuri Task. Did you enjoy following the journey of Kaido and Emotion? I received unexpected praise that encouraged me to continue updating this web novel daily for about half a year. What I was conscious of while writing was to avoid writing in detail about technologies that haven't been realized in society or theories that haven't been discovered. In fact, I haven't read that many SF works until now. I tried to minimize elaborate ideas and gimmicks, leaving mysterious things mysterious and amazing technology vaguely amazing. Like when I was a child, enjoying sci-fi anime without really understanding it. The concept of the work was sci-fi that makes people think, yeah, this is just right. If anyone who reads my work feels that way, that would make me happiest. I sincerely hope that a movement of web-originated SF entertainment novels will also emerge in Japan. Whether my work can make its presence felt depends on my future efforts. I will do my best to live up to the expectations placed on me. I look forward to your continued support. Thank you for reading. Sakuri Task. End of Volume 1.